Chapter 16. /N. I don't own MHA or Saints Row, although if I did we would have a Saints Row 5 by now. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, heaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin, halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid, horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Izuku opened his eyes to a familiar sight. The city in destruction. Except this time the city and sky wasn't on fire, it was just night. There were some fires and smoke, but nowhere near the level as before. Izuku feel over clutching his chest as it flared in pain. The same spot that the Nomu had stopped him with his own mold. The pain was intense. The saints are going to be wiped off of history. Izuku heard a deep voice all around him. He turned and saw a familiar sight a couple hundred meters away from him. A figure wrapped in golden light. However, this time there wasn't a person wrapped in shadows against them. This time the person had varying shades of green, red, blue, and yellow light. Izuku didn't feel warmth from this person like he did the golden figure, he only felt hate. Izuku suddenly felt an intense burning in his chest. Izuku jumped up covered in cold sweat, breathing heavily. Izu. Eri looked frightened when she went to the bathroom and came back to Izuku freaking out. Izuku took a deep breath, realizing that it was a dream that felt all too real. Just a nightmare, Eri, sorry. Eri climbed on the bed. Was it the bad man?
No.
He is history. This was just me dreaming that burgers were taken away from the world. Burgers? Eri asked, wondering if that was really his nightmare. Yep. They closed my favorite diner. It was horrible. Maybe we should go there today after class. Izuku offered.
Eri nodded.
Okay. Why is it your favorite? My grandpa took me there a lot. He was great. Your grandpa? Yep. He liked burgers and that stuff. Neat guy. Was your dad also good? Eri asked the sensitive question. Izuku winced, not expecting that question. Eri saw the wince and felt bad.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's just, my father was a real jerk. Izuku said what he thought was the understatement of the day. He was bad just like the bad man. Eri nodded, before thinking how she and Izuku had bad fathers in the past. Dads are jerks. Izuku shook his head. Not all dads are bad, but ours definitely sucked. Can I get a new dad? Eri asked. I'm older, so I get one first. Izuku joked. Will you be my dad? Eri looked at him confused. I'm too young to be a dad. You are also lacking like 10 other qualifications, but sure, let's go with age first. Izuku laughed. Now get up and prepare for breakfast. Izuku came down the stairs and saw Shoto looking confused by the couches.
Shoto, you cool man.
Izuku asked as Eri walked away to the tables to get her seat. Shoto looked up from his phone. My dad wants to know if I can come home after classes today, just for dinner. Just for dinner? Izuku asked. Is there anything else you aren't adding? He said he wanted to try to make amends with everyone, but said he didn't think he deserves to see my mom without me there. He said he was going to pull her from the hospital and let her come home. Shoto said. It wasn't that Shoto was against his father trying to right his wrongs, it was just that after so long being with a hateful father, he was still confused that his father was now seeking forgiveness. That's great. Izuku grinned. He is probably going to be awkward about it, but at least he is trying, man. Why so confused about it? Shoto looked at Izuku for a second before he spoke. It's weird after so long with a bad standing with him that everything is different. I think I might actually be able to talk to my siblings for the first time tonight if I go. You should go, man. Go to what? Tsuyu asked as she came down the stairs with Mina. My father wants me to go to dinner tonight. Shoto answered. Hey, you should do it. Mina said. Reunite the Todorokis. Tsuyu nodded along. Hey, fuckheads, quiet down. Katsuki snapped from the kitchen. Hey, Dynamite. Eri is down here, so no swearing. Izuku yelled. Kiss my ass. I know you swear in front of her. Katsuki retorted. I don't like that, you're right. Izuku frowned. I'm fixing that, and you better too. Eri held up her hand. I know those words already. I blame Ishido. Izuku joked. The pink girl tried to whack his arm. Don't try to blame me. I barely used those words. What words? Denki slid down the stairs. Fuck? Shit? Asshole?
Δολάριο λίρα πήγεν.
Everyone stared at Denki. Why the hell would you say that with a 6-year-old right there?
Katsuki frua pan.
I didn't see her. Denki dodged the pan. Izuku pinched his nose. Denki, dude, scan a room before you speak. I promise I won't do it again. Denki swore on his life. What does $$Papaya in hashtag mean? Eri asked. Izuku looked at Denki with a dirty look before looking back to Eri. It means nothing. Please don't use it ever.
Eri nodded.
Okay. Now it was actual breakfast time, and everyone was at the table, Denki's slip being, thankfully for him, forgotten. Hey boss, do we have any plans of training for the day? Ijiro asked. Izuku shook his head. Nah. Shoto isn't going to be here tonight, and I am taking Eri to a diner in town after class. Nito sighed, already knowing the answer before he spoke. Please tell me it's not that burger place that has no name. It does have a name. It is literally named after the guy who runs it. Pete's Burgers. And yes. Good, because I had plans today as well. Ijiro grinned. You have plans that aren't training? Mina looked at Ijiro with an amused smile. What? Finally got a date? Yes. Ijiro answered as he took a bite of his omelet. Mina looked surprised. Really? With who? If you must know, it's Ijiro stopped talking like something covered his mouth. A second later he looked irritated and shook his head. Wait, let it be a surprise for later. Everyone looked at Ijiro confused, who ignored the looks to continue eating, looking slightly confused as he did so. Mina narrowed her eyes. Okay, but I am watching you. Won't pull a fast one on me. Okay. Ijiro muttered. So today is a free day? Denki asked. Free day for you to wash your mouth. Katsuki said. I said I was sorry. What happened? Hanta looked confused. I said
No.
Tsuyu, Izuku, Katsuki, and Mina all shouted. Denki looked scared by the sudden yelling. Oh dang, I almost said it again. I'm just going to not talk today. It's a miracle. Kyoka smirked. If today is a free day after class, I am going to visit my parents. Haven't seen them in a bit. Hanta said. I do miss my little siblings. Tsuyu agreed. My sister probably has been lonely recently. Nito added. He looked at Kyoka. Want to join me visiting her? Sure. Kyoka smiled. My brother will be proud of my progress here. Tinya stated. So today is what? Visit our family and have dates day? Mina asked. Might as well use an off day with family. Mashareo shrugged. All right, so just let me know if you don't plan on returning to school before curfew. That way I can let Aizawa-sensei know. Izuku said. On the way into 1A's classroom, Izuku and Momo, the last two as always, got stopped by the heads of Class 1B, Itsuka Kendo and Tetsu. Izuku letting Eri pass to go with Katsuki. What's up? Izuku asked. You guys apparently. Tetsu stated. What do you mean by that? Momo asked. Midoriya's proclamation at lunch yesterday has apparently made everyone in general studies believe that 1A thinks they are completely superior. General studies has actually started making plans to crush you guys at the sports festival, like they actually are going to target you guys specifically. Itsuka explained. Nice. Izuku grinned. Momo whacked Izuku's arm. Not nice. I asked you not to make a scene. I'm sorry, but if someone threatens a saint, I am going to make a scene. The leader of the Saints defended himself. Not that I am against loyalty and sticking with your group or anything, but they decided that as a hero course as well 1B to a lesser extent is on a hit list. Tetsu said. As tough as I like to act, I don't want people like Pony or Kuda being targeted also. Izuku nodded. For that part, one do have sincere regret. I only like getting myself into trouble. And other saints apparently. Momo huffed. The glowing boy looked at her. You all know full well how I am. You guys know the risks, and you know I have been working on it a little. The Morning Star had a faint smile. You have been working on it, but you have to get better faster. Okay, giving me that look won't work the way you think it will. I think it will. Momo kept the look going. Izuku copied it. I don't think so. Well, we'll just have to see then. You're going to be disappointed. I think I will be fine. You, however. Tetsu looked at Itsuka. It's like they forgot they were talking to us. The orange-haired girl looked at him. You act like you don't do the same thing with me. Tetsu nodded. I know I do it, I just don't like being on the other side. Itsuka smacked her hands together in front of Izuku and Momo, shocking them both. Can you guys at least try to fix the situation with general studies a little? At least get rid of us being targeted in 1B? Izuku nodded. Got it. All I gotta do is dash. Momo out a hand over Izuku's mouth. I'll handle this. She pulled her arm away from Izuku. Don't like me like that. I have several things to say now. Izuku said. First off, yeah, you probably should smooth it over. I might make it worse. Secondly, don't cover my mouth if you aren't prepared for the risks. And finally, what do you mean by not like that? Is there some way I am supposed to lick you? Momo's face turned red at that thought, before she quickly turned and entered the classroom to hide how badly she was blushing. Izuku looked at the kids from 1B. How rude she didn't answer me. Would you have answered that question? Tetsu asked. I would have made a joke, like how it has to be with whipped cream. Izuku chuckled. Itsuka and Tetsu both now were scarred by that mental image. Dude, why do you speak sometimes? Tetsu asked. I find it amusing. Izuku shrugged as he waved to them and entered his classroom. What was the hold-up? Katsuki asked. Apparently General Studies is serious about this war regarding the sports festival, Izuku said as he sat down. Oh, deadass? Katsuki got a grin. Might make them almost challenging. It's enemy, really. Izuku shrugged. Well, yeah, you have like 20 abilities and a stupidly large amount of power. Mina said. Yeah, some of us aren't overpowered as shit, you know. Toru agreed. You guys are fine. Trust me. Izuku said. The only fuck here who might struggle is Gumball because of his size. Katsuki agreed. I'd be offended if it wasn't true that my height kinda does hinder some things. Minoru sighed. It is all right, my Netta. I can help you make up for the height with agility and cleverness. Tinya stated. They won't know what hit them. Because they can't see him, he's so small. Hanta laughed. Hey, invisibility is my thing. Toru huffed. Not unless Dynamite's special ability is invisibility. Izuku pointed out. I hope it's not invisibility. Katsuki said. I want people to see me when I beat their ass. Something explosive or loud would fit you. Nito nodded. Aizawa made a groaning sound to signify he was there, no one hearing him enter. All right, class, there are no special announcements for today, so we can get right into business. Tense was definitely a word for describing the feeling in the lunchroom, students from General Studies not liking how arrogant 1A had come off, and Izuku not caring didn't help. Shouldn't you be worried that people aren't liking us? Momo asked. They think we are literally all talk, and that we think we are the best just because we survived USJ. They only see it right now as we are fine because we all healed pretty quick, you know, instead of all being in the hospital still. Except you physically have scars on your back from your wings, are missing a finger, and have red shit on your face now, Katsuki said. Meanwhile, Preppy Boy has scars that he can't put pressure on for a few more days, all over his chest from acting in a Jaws movie, and Red Head still is wrapped like a mummy where he got burned to shit. I have an eye made by my shadow, Fumikage pointed out as he flipped up his eye patch to show the pure yellow eye. I actually also have a scar in my chest where the Noma stabbed me also. Izuku rubbed the outside of his shirt where the scar was. You had wings? Eri asked. Yeah. They were fun, but a weird bird decided he didn't want me having them. Izuku answered the small girl. Eri suddenly remembered that Izuku had carried her multiple times on his back, and she might have prodded his scars on accident. She started to feel guilty. Izuku could yell what she was thinking. Hey, it's all right now. I am fine being wingless. But I hurt your back before. Eri tried to argue. That didn't matter. You were more important. Izuku handed her an orange he peeled. Eri stayed silent, just thankful that Izuku cared for her so much. Classes had just ended, and now everyone was standing in front of the dorms. Izuku, with Eri sitting on his shoulders, spoke. All right, everybody who is leaving. Remember, curfew for the entire campus is at 9. So if you want to get back here for the night, you gotta get back before that. If you can't make it or decide regardless to stay outside at your homes, let me know ahead of time, or just tell Aizawa-sensei yourself if you have his number. He is really lenient with us, and I kinda like the setup we have with him. So where is my group of people who are staying? Achiko, Fumikage, Mina, Minoru, Aoyama, Mezu, Momo, Katsuki, and Yui all rose their hands. All right, try to not destroy the building without us. I and Eri will be back around 7 probably. It takes you 4 hours to eat burgers? Katsuki asked. How many are you going to clog your arteries with exactly? Enough. Now shush. Izuku replied. Where is Melissa exactly? Kinda want to make sure she okay. And well, even though we are all lying through our teeth about our powers in front of her. The hot scientist girl is probably with the support department again. She apparently made a friend. Denki shrugged. Do you have to call her the hot scientist girl? Kyoka asked. I call it like I see it. Denki shrugged. I should change your nickname from Pikachu to Dumbass. Katsuki rolled his eyes. Not in front of Eri. Izuku ordered. Any other time, sure. When did I become the butt monkey of the class? Denki sighed. You aren't there yet. You guys here hold down the fort. I am going to take a bit longer because I figured Eri might like to meet my mom also. Izuku said. Everybody else have fun with your families or secret dates. With that, the students of 1A separated for their own tasks. Mina closed the door to the dorms behind her. Everybody put on your thinking caps. She shouted. We have a mystery to solve. What mystery? Achiko perked up. We need to solve who Ijiro has gone on a date with. Mina pulled Aoyama back down, who was trying to go up the stairs. Mademoiselle, I have more important matters to attend to. Aoyama struggled for a second before sighing, because after all, this is Mina and she is dead set when it comes to things like this. It was easier to go with it and save his clothes from stretching. He huffed as he sat down.
Pass.
Katsuki grunted from unraveling cords to his remotes.
No pasis.
Mina stated. Why is this important? Momo asked. Because we have to make sure she is right for Ijiro. As fellow saints, we should take this sort of thing into consideration. That, or you just want to sabotage any girl that isn't you. Katsuki mumbled. What was that? Mina didn't catch what he said. I'm sorry, let me speak up. Katsuki cleared his throat. Please don't. Yui asked. Katsuki did still repeat it, just not as loud as he was going to. I said, you just want to sabotage any girl that isn't you. Mina looked confused. What? You like him? Maybe you don't know it as obviously as spiky hair and glowstick obviously like each other. You do though. Why else would you get so interrogative of him this morning? Mina looked at Katsuki like he was stupid. I got so interrogative because he is my friend. I already like a guy. We should still make sure she is right for him. Mina said. If you liked someone, you would be declaring your love shit to them. He actually is a quieter person, and I like that about him. Who is he? Aoyama asked. Is he a saint or no? Mina shook her head. Nope, I am getting all of my sisters in relationships before I work on mine. Is it Todoroki? He is quiet. Fumikage spoke. Mina got frightened because of who asked it. When did you get here? I have been here. Fumikage deadpanned as he flipped the page in his book. You even asked me if I would be here. I forgot. Mina looked embarrassed. It's fine. I do kind of blend in, the bird-headed boy said. Momo speaking of this topic. Achiko started, waiting for the aforementioned girl to look up from her book. When are you and Izuku going to get together finally? Why is that important? I thought this was about Kirishima. Momo deflected the question, one she actually wanted to know the answer to herself. Yeah. Back to Ijiro's mystery girl. Mina clapped her hands. Probably Tsu. Minoru shrugged. No, she dash Achiko cut herself off, gaining an eyebrow raise from half of the room. Okay. Not Tsu. Yui? Minoru took another guess.
No.
Yui looked up from the TV. I'm right here. Do you all really not know by now? Yui asked. Wait, you know? Mina raised an eyebrow. How do you know? From the fact that they spent a lot of time together since the year started, trained together, and she obviously covered his mouth this morning at his Hagakure. Yui explained. Plus she asked me for tips. Turu? Mina said in confusion, before smacking her own head. Ooh, that makes so much sense now that I think about it. That registers with your one brain cell. Katsuki said before Yui flicked his arm. Hey, don't flick me during our match. Stop being rude all the time. Yui responded. I'm not rude all the time. I'm just a puckish rogue. Katsuki said. Why wouldn't they tell me though? Mina looked hurt that her two closest friends didn't tell her. Where is Peeves? Eri asked from Izuku's shoulders. It's Pete's, and it's right around this corner. Izuku answered as they turned the corner and saw the familiar place. See? Right around the corner. It's small.
Eri commented.
Well, you're small. It's a good place. Never too busy, but busy enough to stay in good business. Izuku said. Do you know what kind of meat is your favorite? Eri thought hard. I didn't eat good with the bad man. Figures. How about I get you what my gramps liked? Although in a smaller portion. Okay.
Eri nodded.
Once they entered the small diner, Izuku smiled, enjoying the familiar feel of the place. He went to a small table in the corner and let Eri down. All right, you just chill here while I go get our orders placed. Okay. Eri sat in a seat and noticed how it could spin. Spinning in it while looking outside, she saw a familiar-looking mask. Reacting fast, she freaked out and dove underneath the table, staring at the door to the diner afraid of one of Chisaki's people coming in. Izuku came back to the table looking confused at the sight of the girl. Eri, what's wrong? Eri pointed to the window and Izuku looked outside, seeing no one that looked like they would matter. However, Izuku knew Eri was not one to freak out over nothing. He nodded. All right, let's go then. The food should be done in a second, and we can go to the next stop quicker. Don't leave me. Eri didn't want Izuku to leave, even if it was to grab a bag a couple of meters away. Izuku felt sad at the tone she had, like she was afraid he would leave her still despite everything he has done to prove he wouldn't. It made him more pissed off at Chisaki Kai, who he still planned on taking down eventually. I won't. I'm bringing you with me, and we are going to be all right. Izuku offered a hand to Eri, who took it and followed him to the counter. Hey, can I have mine to go now? Change of plans? Izuku said to the person by the counter. No problem. The guy responded. It will be just a second. Izuku nodded. Hey Eri, we can move quicker if you get on my back again. Eri looked at his back and remembered the fact that he had scars and such. But won't it hurt? It won't either way, you are more important. Izuku repeated his line from earlier. Eri was still hesitant but did it regardless. Feeling guilty when she heard the sound of pain, Izuku did his best to keep quiet. See? Didn't hurt.
Izuku lit.
Want to hold the bag while we go to the next stop?
Eri nodded.
What is the next stop? My home before the dorms. Izuku answered as he took the bag from the counter and let Eri hold it. You will like it probably. There was thankfully no hindrances in their path to Izuku's mom's apartment. Izuku even took a few turns to check for a tail but saw nothing at all, only relaxing when he entered the apartment building. All right, we are safe now. No bad men in here, Izuku said as he climbed the stairs. Except old man Yagami. He is one of the bad men? Eri tried to look for the old man. Nah, kinda just an old grouch. He is unpleasant most of the time, but it's just how he is because his life wasn't good and his kids suck. They don't ever call him. Why?
No clue.
Me and Nito thought he was cool that one day he showed us his gun collection. Izuku remembered that day 2 years ago. Well, I liked it more than Nito. He doesn't like guns? Eri didn't like them either, knowing what Chisaki did at times. That's just me and Gramps really. He liked guns? Like it was a religion. Kinda rubbed off on me. Mima taught me how to make my own. Mima. Eri hadn't heard that before. She is a grandma of mine, but she only liked being called Mima. She was kinda scary. Very kind woman though. She would have loved you because she has a really soft side. Why does she only like Mima? I dunno. My family is kinda weird. Izuku commented as he knocked on the door to the apartment. Family is great but weird. Inko opened the door and looked confused to see her son with a small girl on his back. Izu.
Mom.
Izuku grinned. This is Eri. Hello, Izu's mom.
Eri waved.
Inko smiled and let them in. Izuku, honey, may I ask why you have a little kid with you?
Funny story.
Have you seen the news lately? Izuku knew she would flip when she realized what fully happened. Not anything to do with. Inko remembered 2 days ago when a teen whose face wasn't shown clearly but the voice was now unmistakable. She instantly smacked her son's arm. Izuku, how could you get yourself in such a bad situation 3 days after the last situation? Izuku rubbed his arm, glad he let Eri off of his back before he got hit. Why does everyone smack me? Izuku asked. Why do you have to put yourself in such a bad situation? Inko retorted, feeling upset that she was just now learning he was in a villain attack. 3 days after the last one he was in. Can't you wait a long time before you do something like this?
No.
Eri needed help. Izuku responded. Plus I survived. Inko sighed. I know. You are capable enough to handle yourself, but I am still your mother. You getting a paper cut is enough to give me a heart attack. Good thing I haven't gotten one since I was 10. Izuku sat at the dining table and pulled the food out of the bag. May I ask why you brought food from Pete's? Inko asked. She was not one for the food from that place. I wanted Eri to try them. We were originally going to eat there, but some goon of the guy who had Eri walked past or something. I decided we shouldn't stay there. Please tell me you made sure you weren't followed here or anything. Inko didn't feel like having her living room turned into a battlefield. I made sure. Went for a few loops, actually. I saw no one. Can you tell me about this? Inko indicated to the left side of his face. I'm pretty sure that wasn't there before you, eh? Izuku nodded. That Nomu gave this to me. While he was blasting my face with energy multiple times, apparently the halo stole some to keep and used it to fix the damage. Is it permanent? Inko looked concerned. As much as she knew he wasn't one, the new red marks helped make him look more villainous. And is that part of a horn from that stage you entered at USJ? Izuku rubbed some of the red lines. Yes, they're permanent. I actually have night vision in that eye if I focus. The horn, don't know if I can call it a full horn if it's mostly flat and barely a few centimeters off of my forehead. I think it is there because if my red energy now. Can you enter that state still? Inko was worried that her son might end up more like a demon because of the halo. What state? Eri asked as she finally unwrapped her sandwich after struggling with it. An extra state of power I have to be careful with. Izuku answered. The scientists tried to help me get it again, but no luck. It's triggered by my extreme negative emotions as far as we can tell. My guess is it's the halo flipping out trying to protect me or help me get rid of the negative emotions. Where is your halo? Eri asked. In my chest, around me, kinda just as me at this point. Izuku said. What were your exact negative emotions, Izu? Inko asked her son, worrying it was about something she did her best to help him forget. I thought Momo died and I blamed myself. Izuku knew if he said the final thoughts he had before he started the transformation, his mom might be upset. Inko knew he was hiding more, which made her know exactly what it was. Did it make you dash? Yes. Izuku said flatly. He didn't like the topic being brought up and wanted to stop it before it happened. Inko sighed, not knowing how to respond. This topic was something she had tried to console Izuku on many times, but he would always shut down the conversation. She decided once again to change the subject. So is this Momo girl the same one who broke the rules by going into your chamber at that lab with no hesitation? Yeah, she's great. Izuku nodded. Izu and Momo slept together. Eri added. A pin being dropped could be heard at that dining table. Izuku, keeping his look even with his mother out of panic, and Inko's eye twitched. You what? Inko exclaimed. Not like that. Izuku shouted to save himself from a lecture of sexual safety and that stuff. To me it sounds like dash. Eri needed a roommate. Momo was all right with it. Eri later had a nightmare, so Momo called me and I came and consoled Eri, and was too tired to walk back to my room. We literally just fell asleep next to each other. Nothing else. Izuku was waving his arms around frantically. Inko studied her son's face. Be careful, and yes, protection. Izuku out his face in his hands. Mom, please stop. Later, thankfully, Izuku's mom had long forgotten, trying to make sure Sin was aware of the risks of sex. Instead, now she was trying to learn more about Eri. Izu, what actually happened to her parents? Inko asked quietly as they watched Eri go around Izuku's old room, looking at the stuff he left behind when he moved into the dorms. Her mom is like dad, complete ass. As far as I know from the mom during our one conversation, apparently Eri's quirk made her real father just disappear. Inko looked at the little girl and felt sorrow for her. What is her quirk? Izuku drew a blank. Honestly, I dunno. Inko gave her son a look. Are you telling me that you hear about a quirk being bad and you don't try to figure it out so it doesn't hurt anyone else? The boy shrugged. It saved my life, so I figured it wasn't all bad. What do you mean it saved your life? Inko gained an edge. Sorry I didn't mention it, but I technically should have died again. What do you mean you should technically have died? Inko almost shouted, but remained quiet enough to not let Eri hear them. The guy's quirk, his name is apparently Chisaki, was something about being able to manipulate anything he touches. At the end of our fight, he grabbed my chest. Izuku didn't feel like saying what happened. Inko sighed. At least Eri was there, I guess. Please be more careful, Izu. A mother can't take all this stress. I think I overused all of your stress when I got kicked into hell and lost my kneecaps for a week. Izuku tried to laugh. Inko sighed again. Don't remind me of that. You are turning my hair gray. Eri walked out of Izuku's room holding the old spire piece that Johnny gave him. What's this? Oh, that is a souvenir from one of Grandpa's trips. It's a reminder to him that nothing can keep a saint from soaring. Izuku was beginning to miss the time in between training sessions with Johnny where he would tell Izuku and Nito tales of his time as a saint before the timeline reset. Can I keep it? Eri asked, liking the weird design of the piece. Sure. It's yours, just don't poke my eye out with it. Izuku warned. Okay. Eri chirped, before going back to looking at Izuku's old stuff. Izu, in the time since your last visit you had enough to almost kill you 3 times. Had to be in a lab machine to live, grew a horn, and now you are a father. Inko looked at her son. Next time, can you please just grow your hair out, or something else mild between visits? I promise to try, Mom. Izuku smiled. Wait, what do you mean I am a father? Inko nodded her head towards Izuku's room. You have a fatherly attachment to Eri. It's just... Izuku didn't know how to argue his apparent fatherhood. She deserves the best after what she has been through. I know, sweetie. Inko nodded. All right, say bye to my mom. Izuku had Eri on his back again as they were leaving his mother's home. By Izu's mom.
Arrivederci. Bueri.
Izu try to visit soon. Inko waved to the departing kids. I promise, Mom. Bye. Izuku heard the door close as he went down the stairs. Your mom is nice.
Erioned.
Yes, she is. Are you tired already? We had one more stop to go to. Izuku mentioned. No, I am not tired. Eri lied so she can go to the third place Izuku wanted to take her. All right, I don't believe you, but if you are so sure, then off we go. Where? Eri got excited. It's a secret. Don't worry, it's close by. What is this place? Eri asked as they entered a building with multiple lights of every color, as well as multiple machines people were around, all looking like they were having fun. This is an arcade. They're fun. Izuku let her off of his back and led her to a coin machine. In order to play the games, you have to have coins. They are here, but you gotta have money for them. I don't have money. Eri pouted, wanting to play the games. Well, you actually do. Izuku handed her a few bills from his burnt wallet. Just slide them in this slot, one at a time, and coins will come out of here. Izuku pointed to the different parts. Oh. Eri nodded as she began to use the machine as Izuku explained. Yep, that should be enough coins to let us have fun for a bit before we go back to the dorms. Izuku said. Since they're your coins, you get to choose what games to play. Eri looked at the multiple machines. Not being able to choose, she grabbed the closest thing first, an air hockey table. Air hockey, excellent choice. Izuku said as he grabbed the puck that popped out, Eri already getting how to use the machine. How do we play? Eri asked as Izuku grabbed a stool for her to use. Simple, Try to get this to go in the slot on the opposite side of the table from you. Izuku explained. Oh, I get it. Eri took the puck and walked it to Izuku's side, slipping it in the slot. Izuku laughed a little. Perhaps I should explain more. You have to stay on your side and use this to hit the puck. Izuku handed her the pusher. You can't take it off the table. You have to slide it. Izuku showed her by moving his pusher and tapping the puck. You have to defend your slot and try to get the luck in mine at the same time. I'm actually pretty good at air hockey. Eri nodded and began to slide her pusher around the table. Okay, I think I get it. All right, I will start off easy. Izuku said as he got to his side and set the puck. Are you ready?
Eri nodded excitedly.
Alrighty, here goes. Izuku tapped the puck to her side, hard enough to get it over there, but soft enough that she could react in time. Eri smacked the puck as hard as she could, and it flew sideways at the edge of the table, bounced off, and went right into the slot, earning her a point. Izuku blinked and looked at the 6-year-old. Either you are hustling me, or you have a natural talent for this game. I don't know what hustling is. Eri stated. You could probably do it later on. I'll teach you. Just don't tell Momo. Why? Because I feel like it will be like my gambling with her. What's gambling? Something I would love to show you the ropes of, but Momo has yelled at me enough in the past week. Izuku chuckled. I like it. It is something I picked up from Gramps. Izuku hit the puck over to her, still not going all out. He gave you a lot. Eri commented as she hit the puck back, it bouncing off the side again. He was my role model. Not a really good role model, but he was mine. Izuku hit the puck back to Eri. Who's my role model? Eri hit the puck back. Hopefully not Denki. Izuku got the pick past Eri's defense. Is he the one that said dash? Don't say it, please. Izuku rushed. It's not a good word. Yes, it was Denki who said it, and he shouldn't have. Eri figured out how to retrieve the puck and out it on the table. Momo is scary and nice. Izuku nodded. It depends on how stupid I am at that moment. She isn't as much scary as worries too much with good reasoning, and yells at me to get me to know how she feels. I think she only yells at you. Eri smacked the puck too hard, and it bounced completely off the table. I think I do too. Izuku picked up the puck. Why does she do that? Probably because she is worried I am going to break my last 12 brain cells one of these days. The loud one says Denki has none of those.
Eri answered.
You mean Katsuki? You call him Dynamite. Eri got the puck past Izuku. Yeah, that's Katsuki. He is loud, kinda part of his personality. Izuku set the puck and hit it. He calls me Little Horn sometimes. Eri hit the puck back to Izuku. He has nicknames for everyone. Mine is Glowstick. He just calls everyone by a basic part of their appearance, or something about the way they act or their quirk. He calls that one girl Princess. Is she a princess? Eri missed trying to get the puck. Kodai? She isn't a real princess, although I think her family is rich. I believe he calls her that because at first she seemed all neutral and calm when we all met. Kinda graceful. She makes good food. Eri commented as she set back up the puck. Her omelets are good. Izuku agreed. Why does that one girl keep saying ribbit? That's Tsu. Her quirk makes her half frog basically. I always figured she was either screwing with us making the ribbits, or she actually does that because of being part frog. Izuku hit the puck almost into the slot, but Eri blocked it, sending it back to him. Can she jump like one? Yep. Pretty much everything a frog can do she can as far as I know. Why is Ms. Ishido pink? Eri kept the questions going. Originally I didn't know, and figured her acid did that. In honesty, it's because she comes from a family of people who are red or such, and I guess she just ended up pink. Any other questions? Izuku figured she was going to start asking about everyone else. Eri stopped playing for a second, the puck on her side. What is your quirk? She remembered him saying something about not having a quirk, but then other people say his has one. It was confusing to Eri. I call it Saint's Flow. Just a bunch of powers and abilities I get from this unique energy I have. But dash. I can tell you more at home if you promise to keep a secret, Izuku said. He believed he could tell Eri. She was smart enough to understand secrets. Plus, she only was around the Saints anyways, and they were kinda loose about talking about it in front of her. Okay, Eri said as she smacked the puck and made it go into the slot before Izuku could react. Okay, now I know you are definitely hustling me. Izuku grinned. I still don't know what that is.
Eri responded.
It's just in you to hustle. Izuku hit the puck back to her.
Hey Eri.
What is your quirk exactly? Eri looked worried for a second. What is my quirk? She repeated, not as if she didn't know it, but like she had to make sure she knew the question. Izuku knitted his brows, figuring that her reaction had to be a combination of treatment from her mother and Chisaki. She probably believed wholeheartedly that her quirk was evil like her mother said. Izuku didn't like that, so he said his next line carefully. Yeah, I figured I should learn more about the quirk that saved my life. Izuku spoke. Eri looked like she was at a conflict mentally, so Izuku added another line. Can't be your number one fan if I don't know your quirk.
Eri nodded.
I don't know it completely. I only know a little. I can work with a little, Izuku said as he walked around the table. Eri having won their match, and this was more important. He talked to others about it, sometimes in front of me. Chisaki?
Eri nodded.
He said it had the potential to get rid of the filth that has plagued humanity. Izuku took a second to think. That guy called his powers a filthy quirk. Maybe the guy hated quirks and wanted to get rid of them. By filth, did he mean quirks? I think so. That definitely confirmed it. Wait, so that bullet I got shot with, it would have erased my quirk? I think it is only for a time. He hadn't gotten that far yet. How was he using your quirk exactly? Izuku felt guilty as soon as he said it because it looked bad to see Eri remembering what happened. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to. He was mean. I know. Once I find him, I am going to kick his teeth in for you. Izuku ruffled her hair. Now let's get happy. You still have plenty of coins left and many machines to choose from. He wanted to get that sad look off of her face. Okay. The small girl started to look for a new game. Wasn't that fun? Izuku said as they left later. No more coins left to use, and Eri holding a bag of candy she got with her tickets. Yeah.
Eri nodded happily.
What's next? Next we get to go back to the dorms. No candy till after dinner. Except maybe one piece. While we ride the train back, I'm going to check my phone for who is coming back. Once they got to the train, and in some seats Izuku pulled out his phone, seeing messages from the others. Shoto, I'm going to stay home tonight. Everything is well. Izuku typed out a message to him.
Izuku, Allrichtmann.
Hope it stays well. Did your siblings also accept your father's request? Izuku closed the chat and saw a group message from Hanta, Denki, and Hanta. Denki, hey boss, we are staying in the city. All of us are together BTW. Hanta, yeah, and Ojiro threw Denki over a wall as a dare. Mashireo, he is alright now. Izuku, okay LMAO, but don't die before you come to class tomorrow. At that moment Tenya sent a message. Tenya, I will be arriving back at the dorms around approximately 8:30 p.m. Tenya, Izuku, alright my guy, you also don't have to sign your texts. Izuku didn't see a message from Tsuyu, Ijiro, or Toru, so he assumed they were returning. Next he checked a message from Kyoka. Kyoka, we will be in a hospital till tomorrow morning. Nito's sister got so happy to see him, she hugged him too hard and accidentally opened one of his worst wounds. Izuku felt bad that he wanted to laugh at the mental picture of that. Izuku, alright, I will let Teach know. I don't see why we have to go in separately, Ijiro said, as they entered the campus of UA. The invisible girl next to him responded. Because I don't know how to tell Mina. I could tell her. The burnt red head offered. I know you can, but I should. She is my best friend and I feel bad about keeping the fact of my having a crush on someone from her. You have a crush on someone? Who? Ijiro joked. He is this dork who got himself wrapped halfway to being a mummy. Toru pushed Ijiro slightly. This isn't half. Ijiro checked his bandages. At most this is like 1/5. Doesn't matter, you don't have half of your face. And that was my selling point. I thought your manliness was your selling point. Can't really act manly when I choked when asking you out, and you had to finish my sentence. Ijiro said. That was cute. Plus you jumped through fire head-on to save a friend. Definitely manly, just like that date. Toru wrapped her hand in Ijiro's, deciding to just tell Mina outright. It was a good date? Ijiro asked. Yes, it was. Stop freaking out, or you might spill more drinks on yourself. Toru poked him. Well, sorry if I freak out. Sometimes a man's gotta. Oh, so now you are back to being manly? You called me cute. Makes me manly again. It's like my anti-kryptonite. Alright, so next time we get in a fight with villains, you'll see me in a cheerleader's outfit, calling you cute to keep you going. You don't have to do that. Ijiro used all of his willpower to not be a normal teen picturing a cheerleader. Right as they entered the dorms, Toru said her next line. But it will be fun to watch you blush and stutter. Over what? Achiko asked as she saw them enter. Nothing. Ijiro quickly said. Achiko nodding along even though she knew it was something. How was your date? Mina asked accusingly. So you know? Toru asked. She made us. Achiko said. She couldn't make me do shit. Katsuki spoke from the kitchen, getting himself a drink. Everyone kinda expected her to know, and was shocked when she didn't. Momo said. I expected it also, really. Ijiro stretched his arms. I mean, you do call yourself a love expert. Why didn't you guys tell me, though? Mina asked. Partially worried that you would get overbearing. Toru said. Trying to force situations like you do with Izuku and Yaoyorozu. Ijiro added. I am not overbearing. Mina said. Yeah, you are. Katsuki scoffed. You always get in everyone's face the second you think any sort of attraction is there.
Mina låghed.
I will have you know that I do not always do that. In fact, I have been keeping secret about Dash. Mina stopped talking when the dorms opened, with Tsu followed by All Might. Good evening, students. All Might said. Can I ask for Midoriya privately? Glowstick is still out with Little Horn. Katsuki answered. I can ask him when he is going to be back. Momo said, pulling out her phone. Momo. Hey, when will you be back? Is the boss in trouble again? Ijiro asked. All Might looked nervous for a second, still not liking what was about to happen when Izuku got back. He is not in trouble. However, I want to ask for two of you to come help if things go bad. Everyone looked at the hero in confusion. Why would things go bad? Katsuki asked, filled with suspicion. It is more of a safety thing. I personally want to make sure nothing bad happens, and I can't fill you in on any details unless those involved are willing to share. I need two people that are good supporting types. Momo felt her phone go off and saw Izuku's message. Izuku, I am actually entering campus right now. Eri had a great time. I also have an idea for my gun, and I ask for your help. I'm in. Katsuki said. I'm sorry, young Bakugo, but it isn't that type of support. All Might didn't want things to escalate at all, and knew that Katsuki would definitely escalate it. Izuku is just now getting on campus. Momo announced. I can support. Achiko raised her hand, wanting to help with whatever it was, and return the favor from when Izuku comforted her before. I'll join. All Might nodded. Okay, you two. I can explain what is going on in a minute. Once Izuku gets here? Achiko asked. All Might looked uncomfortable again. It is actually different. I was told to just bring Izuku to the meeting. What meeting? Momo raised an eyebrow. All Might sighed. This situation is uncomfortable for me, and I argue against it with my whole person. What's going on? You're making it seem like you expect something bad to happen? Fumikage stated. The pro-hero nodded. I do. It is a delicate situation. Well, you know we are all saints and shit. We are going to find out anyways, so just tell us and save time. Katsuki grumbled. Everyone stopped when they heard laughter and the front door opening. It was the talked about Izuku and Eri. I don't have a name for it, it's just a pistol that shoots lasers. Izuku said to the small girl as they entered. Does it go pew-pew like the arcade? Eri asked. I can probably make it say that sound. Izuku turned to the others. Why do you all look tense? All Might was the first to speak. Young Midoriya, I ask that you come with me to the main building. Izuku's smile disappeared. Crap, am I in trouble again? I didn't do anything. Izuku got defensive. All Might shook his head. No, it is just a matter that Principal Nizu wants to go over. Izuku nodded. Oh good, not in trouble. First let me go drop this one's candy off at a spot I knew. She won't go through it all in one night. I won't. Eri tried to defend herself, despite the temptation to actually do just that. I know you will try, but I gotta make sure. Izuku said as he went for the stairs. Momo, I am also going to bring the schematic, because I think you could help me fix my pistol. Midoriya, we are pressed for time. All Might really didn't want to rush to the meeting, but he didn't want the situation to last longer than it had to. It'll just be a second. Swear. Izuku went up the stairs. After a second of silence, Achiko broke it by speaking to Eri. How was your evening, Eri? Eri held up a glow in the dark green worm she won at the arcade. I have a worm. Nice. Ijiro nodded. What did you even do? We went to get burgers. They were great. I met Izu's mom. She was nice. Went to a place called an arcade. It had so many lights. I played air hockey, a game with cyborgs, a game called Pac-Man. Eri was excitedly yelling everything. I take it you had fun with Izuku today? Momo smiled. It was amazing. Eri had a big smile. Midori is apparently a good dad after 2 days. Mina said. He is the best dad. Eri said, not yet realizing she does see Izuku as her father at this point. Hello, students. Nizu announced himself as he entered. Is Midoriya here yet? All Might didn't like Nizu being there, because that meant that the person was coming right behind him. Everyone went silent when they saw who entered right after Nizu. Izuku came down the stairs, holding his pistol instead of the schematics, thinking it would just be easier to point to the area Momo could create a few new parts for and insert them in. He had to be careful, of course, because he was holding a pistol that was half destroyed, very fragile at the second. Getting to the bottom of the stairs, he spoke, before looking up. Hey, I decided the gun itself would be easier for you to war dash. Izuku stopped talking and dropped his gun, which broke apart as it hit the floor. When he looked up and saw him, standing a couple of meters away was his father, Hisashi Midoriya. Chapter 17 Sins of the Father. /N. I don't own MHA or Saints Row, although if I did we would have a Saints Row 5 by now. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off, all the way the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 kilometers per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged green blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme green blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged purple blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, keeping residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin, halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid. Horns that go back across his head and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Previously on the Heroic Saint. Getting to the bottom of the stairs, he spoke before looking up. Hey, I decided the gun itself would be easier for you to war dash. Izuku stopped talking and dropped his gun, which broke apart as it hit the floor. When he looked up and saw him, standing a couple of meters away was his father, Hisashi Midoriya. A stray shot somehow launched out of the pistol as the broken pistol hit the floor, hitting the floor right next to Katsuki. Everyone looked at it for a second, except Izuku, who hadn't taken his now wide eyes off of his father. No one said anything, feeling a tension between the father and son. Izuku. The gruff voice of Hisashi said. Hisashi was tall, built like an athlete with short wild green hair that looked like it was made of flames almost. He looked similar to Izuku, except Izuku had his halo veins and horn to separate himself farther from Hisashi. Katsuki was gripping his fists tightly and being held back by Yui. He could easily break out of her grip, but part of him wanted Izuku to beat his father's ass by himself, just to stick it to him. Izuku felt something break inside, as if the mere sight of his father and the one word he said was a trigger to make him relive every beating he had gotten as a child. His response was to try to go back up the stairs. Midoriya. Nizu spoke. Come back here. Why? Izuku turned around, looking slightly mad. He knew that it was Nizu behind his father being there. Probably another damn test of his control. We need to sit down and have this matter resolved. Nizu answered. What matter resolved? Izuku shouted. Do you mean the trauma you don't even fully understand and are trying to trigger by bringing him here? Midoriya, your transformation is a risk. Nizu burrowed his brow, noticing a bit of black fluid in his halo veins. To no one. It hasn't gone off since USJ. You have no control of yourself during it, Nizu said. Izuku was gripping the rail really tightly. Just being in his father's gaze was bringing back everything. He could feel the back of his neck burning as if it was happening again. Black fluid was going through his veins faster and more frequently than before, and everyone in the room could clearly see that. Some of them feeling tense. Enough, Hisashi said to Nizu. Let me speak to him myself. I have nothing to say to you. Izuku was now understanding more about his transformation. It was a panic button for his extreme fear as well as a state of anger. He was fighting back the transformation he felt starting to warm up. Hisashi tried to speak, but Izuku cut him off. Anything you wanted to say to me, you could have said before you abandoned me in that fucking alley. Izuku shouted, going back down the stairs while doing so. If you would Hisashi was looking mad when Izuku cut him off again. Izuku looked like he was shaking trying to hold himself back. His green veins were losing their green shade and slowly becoming purple. Momo pulled Eri closer to her, making sure the girl wouldn't be in the way. Fuck you. You don't deserve to say anything. Izuku's transformation was turning all of his fear into anger. It barely had to try as Izuku had pinned up aggression building up since everything happened. Nizu was starting to regret bringing Hisashi here. What he thought was simply being abandoned was quickly shown to not be just that. Hisashi grit his teeth. Let me speak. Izuku knew he had to leave the area that exact instant, or he would not be able to do the transformation. The black tar-like substance started to appear on his skin, leaking out from his halo veins. His one visible horn was gaining a little edge. I didn't hear anything from you for 10 years. I don't need to hear anything now. Izuku attempted to go back up the stairs. You still act like a little brat. Hisashi growled. That was the pushing point for Izuku. In the next few seconds, multiple things happened. Izuku's transformation of Saint's demons was almost fully activated, covering him mostly in the demonic form, his red veins now stretching and covering his entire face in a blood-like design. The tar-like covering missing in only a few spots. Izuku turned and leapt at his father with his claw had already going for a strike at Hisashi's face.
Midoriya no.
All Might shouted as he quickly moved to grab the boy and not let him attack his father. Several of the students had either jumped farther back to get space or jumped forward to stop Izuku like All Might, those being Momo, Aoyama, Mezu, and Fumikage. Katsuki joined as well, but it was against his better judgment because he fully believed that Hisashi should get what he deserves. All Might didn't grab Izuku quick enough to prevent his first strike. His blackened claws cutting 4 large slashes across Hisashi's face, not deep enough to kill him like intended, as All Might was quick enough to prevent that from happening. Hisashi fell backwards onto his ass, actually looking up in fear at the demonic boy who All Might could barely hold. Midoriya, stop. All Might was glad that so far Izuku hadn't turned on him, but the state of rage could make him do so any second. Fumikage quickly put a hand towards Izuku and used his Loa dust to try to calm him down. Midoriya, stop. Izuku, still being guided by his rage, struggled to break out of All Might's hold, digging his claws into All Might's arm slightly. Monsieur Midoriya. Aoyama was struggling to hold Izuku back. Momo out herself in between Izuku and his father as he tried to claw him again.
Izuku no.
The sight of Momo being struck, even the slightest bit that she was, pulled back Izuku's rage enough to give him back more control. Izuku stopped struggling, breathing heavily. He broke out of All Might's loosening grip and glared at Nizu. Not looking at Momo, ashamed that his rage made him strike her on accident. You had no right to bring him here. He shouted with tears starting to appear in his eyes as he stormed over to the exit. Everyone watching as he slammed the door so hard it actually broke off of the wall. It was dead silent and no one knew what to say. What would they say following someone turning into a demon to try and kill their father? Momo felt her cheek, feeling the blood leak out of the blackened cut Izuku gave her. All Might looked at Nizu. I told you this wouldn't end well. Nizu didn't respond, not expecting to be so drastically wrong about how bad a situation was. Hisashi still stared at the spot Izuku was in when he attacked him, frozen in fear from the hate he saw in his son's cold, dark black eyes, now having the look of fear he once gave his son. Nizu had quickly escorted Hisashi out of UA, leaving All Might to go find Izuku. The rest of 1A was left in the comments. I should have thrown a punch myself. Katsuki scowled. Did Midori really get abandoned in an alley? Mina asked quietly, no one speaking above a whisper. Yes. Katsuki muttered. His father is a jackass. What happened to Izu? Eri asked, looking scared and being held tightly by Momo. He entered a power he had. It happens when he is angry, Katsuki said. Midoriya was actually shaking, he was getting so mad. Minoru said, Katsuki, since that all happened, can you please just tell us what happened? Momo asked, having put a bandage over the cut to stop the bleeding. Katsuki frowned. It is his business, but I guess that was thrown out the window. That bastard wanted to have a son he could mold into a second version of himself. That stuff Icy Hot unloaded on us the other day about what his dad was like pretty much. Except Spitfire was more abusive, especially after he found out Izuku didn't get born with flame breath. He was born quirkless. Achiko said. Yes, his father didn't know this until Izuku was 4, and the next year wasn't good. Bastard took out his rage on Izuku, physically, before deciding to just abandon Izuku one time. Katsuki had to stop to breath, getting pissed off because he couldn't forget how he didn't improve things for Izuku back then. The guy made Izuku believe he was worthless, which is why when Johnny appeared like Izuku said he did, Izuku leached onto him, finally having a positive role model for once, someone who believed in his potential. But as you could see, Izuku never got over any of the problems, only hiding them and letting them get worse. We should find Izuku, Momo said, worried about him. Yes, we should. Fumikage nodded. The second anyone finds him, tell everyone else, Katsuki said as he stood up. Someone needs to stay here with Eri. Katsuki didn't want the little girl who must have been scared shitless to go out there in the dark.
No.
Eri argued. As much as she was scared, she wanted Izuku. I want to help Izu. Good lord, what happened to our door? The voice of Tenya spoke, and everyone turned to see him just returning. Midoriya broke it. Fumikage said. His dad was here. Mina added. Tenya got quiet also. Is he all right? We were just about to go find him. Minoru said. Where would he go? Would he even still be on campus? Toru said. With his father around? Aoyama said. He could have left campus altogether. Momo got an idea. I might know where he is. Where? Katsuki asked. Where's the one place he spent the most time with Gat? Momo asked. It's either that beach or the burger place. Katsuki said. Split into 2 groups and search them first. Isn't that place closed right now? Kyoka asked. Dude just tried to kill his own dad. I don't think he cares about a locked door. Minoru said as they tried to exit the building, only to run into Aizawa. Kids, I know you all are aware of the curfew. Aizawa said. But sensei. Mina tried to argue. Aizawa held up his hand to signal for her to stop. Let me finish. The rule stipulates no entries back onto campus after 9. Just find some place to stay. If you can't, I can still look the other way. Aizawa knew what happened when he saw All Might. He also disagreed with the whole of Nizu's plan. I saw him storm off of campus, if that helps at all. Shouldn't you also be concerned for him? Katsuki asked their teacher. I am concerned. However, I believe you guys are more suited for this. Aizawa stepped out of their way. Okay, so we have either the beach, burger place, or he possibly went back to his mom. Katsuki said. I will lead the group to his mom's place because I am the only one here who knows where it is. I can take people to Pete's. Achiko offered. I can take the beach then. It is Dagoba Municipal Beach, correct? Momo asked. Yeah. Katsuki nodded. I don't care who follows me. He left. Yui, Ijiro, Toru, and Mina following him. Okay, Pete's group follow me. Achiko took the path there. Minoru, Mezu, and Tenya following her. Momo, holding Eri, looked to the 3 people left. Fumikage, Aoyama, and Tsu. Looks like we have our beach group. Let's go find Midoriya. Fumikage said as they started on their way. Inko opened the door to her apartment. At first confused about seeing a group of teenagers, but recognizing Katsuki. Hello, Katsuki. Why are you here so late? Inko asked as she let them enter. Did Izuku come back here? Katsuki asked. Yes, he was here earlier with that sweet girl Eri. Inko answered. That was hours ago. Shouldn't he be back at school? We don't know where he is, Mina said. Inko felt panic. Hours after just lecturing Izuku to be careful and he was missing? What happened? He came back to UA, but Spitfire was there, Katsuki said. Inko sat down on her couch. Oh dear. What happened? Tell me everything. Katsuki sat in the chair he would normally take there, the others joining him and sitting around the area. As far as I can tell, the principal was worried that Izuku had no control over his Saint's Demon's transformation and wanted to get rid of any triggers. And Izuku's father was a trigger. Mina added. A big one. Ijiro nodded. What did that man say to my son? Inko was definitely getting stressed out again. Izuku wouldn't really let the guy speak. He kept cutting him off and yelling at him. Ijiro said. Yeah, at first he looked really scared, but then started getting angrier and angrier as it went on. Toru said. Spitfire maybe got out 2 full sentences. Izuku snapped when the bastard said he was still a brat. Katsuki said. It took all might, me, Bird Boy, arms, Frenchie, and spiky hair to restrain him, and that was a struggle. Inko probably gained a few more gray hairs. After that, well, Midori cut his dad's face pretty good. Yamamo got him to calm down just enough that Midori instead yelled at Nizu and stormed off of campus. We started looking for him after that. Do you know why Hisashi would come? Inko asked. We only know what Principal Nizu's intentions were. Yui spoke. Midoriya's father couldn't get enough out for anyone to know his own intentions. It's like the halo was forcing Izuku to be mad almost. Ijiro remarked. It would make sense. Anger can access his transformation better, and the halo might be protective of Izuku and didn't want him to have fear at all. Katsuki theorized. Wait, how do you know about the halo? Inko asked them. The boss told us all. He actually made that group his grandfather wanted. Toru answered that. We need to find Izuku, though. Katsuki stated, getting antsy. Izu hasn't come here. Inko said. He might come here, though, so I will let you know if he does. Katsuki nodded. Okay, sorry to bother you, Ms. Midoriya. We will find Izuku. The group started to leave. The lights aren't on and the door is locked, so I want to guess Midoriya isn't here. Minoru said as he tried the door to Pete's, which was locked and closed for the night. Izuku might have gained his senses back and locked the door behind him. Tenya offered as he looked through the glass. Mezu made more ears with his dupli arms and focused on the inside of the building. There are no sounds inside. If he is in there, he is being deathly quiet. If Izuku was coming here, he would have broken the door on accident probably. I don't think he can pick a lock, and the door is locked and in normal condition. Achiko sighed. He didn't come here, so if it is any of the spots, it's the others. Everyone's phones went off at the same time. Bakugo says he wasn't at his mom's. Minoru reported. So it's the beach if any of the 3 spots. Meza said. Let's go then. Aoyama was the first one who had been able to find Izuku the whole time. Being told to search farther down the beach, he found Izuku. He had kept a distance from the saint until he was sure Izuku had reigned in his demonic state, which has been evaporating off of him like purple and black steam. Aoyama, not wanting to be attacked, had stopped near a dock, close enough to the water that he was just arm's reach away. He was sitting there in the sand with his head in his knees. Aoyama pulled out his phone and his. Aoyama put his phone away and approached Izuku slowly. He could hear the sounds of Izuku sobbing as he got closer. I'm not talking to him. Izuku muttered. You can't make me. Aoyama guessed that Izuku was assuming it was a teacher who found him. Monsieur Boss, I can assure you I will not send you to that man. Aoyama said. I would be a hypocrite. Izuku looked slightly in Aoyama's direction. What? A hypocrite? I would be a hypocrite, sending you back to your father when I didn't want to talk to mine. Aoyama sat next to Izuku. He could see the puffiness in Izuku's eyes. You had a bad dad too? Izuku asked. Oui. He was nowhere near as bad as your father, but he was bad enough. He wanted me to be version 2 of him, something I didn't meet the standards of. Our class has 3 terrible dads so far. Endeavor is better actually. He is trying to fix himself. Izuku took a breath. What was the deal with your dad? He actually has a dark dagger like Quirk, Aoyama said. He was not the kindest when instead of a new and improved version of his quirk, I gained a second version of my mother's. She could make herself shine brightly. I got bright lasers from my stomach, but with a major drawback. The stomach contents being used as a source of power. Izuku filled in.
Oui.
He was never kind to me, never paid a hand on me, but was emotional abusive. My mother separated from him when I was 8. I decided to put myself as far away from him as possible. If he was a shadow, I would make myself shine so bright that he wouldn't matter and be nothing to me. I wish it was that easy for me. Izuku said. The harder the polish work is done, the more we shine in the end. Aoyama stated. We can both put in more elbow grease and show them that they were wrong, and that we will shine bright with our own vibrant light. Izuku made a smile. As long as we are the twinkling buddies. I would have nothing else. Aoyama grinned, glad he was cheering up Izuku. It's kind of weird that 3 people in the same class all have fathers who were dicks for pretty much the same reason. Izuku pointed out. Aoyama nodded. May I also point out that the only one who was born with their father's quirk in any way was the one who had their father realize his mistake himself and try to change. Izuku exhaled. Kind of interesting. They stayed silent for a minute, both turning when they heard 2 people approaching. It was Momo holding Eri. Hey Izuku. Momo spoke softly, Eri half asleep in her arms. Izuku eyeing the bandage and feeling guilty. Izuku made an awkward face, standing up and facing Momo.
I'm sorry.
I dash. Momo out a hand over Izuku's mouth. It's fine. No, it's not. It's dash. Izuku stopped talking when Eri woke up. Izu. Eri rubbed her eyes. Izuku gave a weak smile to Eri. Hi Eri, sorry you had to see that. That was scary. Eri stated. I know. That was my powers trying to protect me. Your powers were trying to protect you? Eri asked. Did you learn more about the Halo's transformations? Momo let Eri down so she could go to Izuku, which was helping him feel better. The Halo might be activating that state as a way of self-defense. Like it feels my extreme emotions and just overloads me with the extremely potent dark purple stuff. That would make sense. Momo sat close to Izuku opposite of Aoyama, Eri in between Izuku and Momo. Izuku looked at the bandage on Momo's right cheek, still not accepting what happened. Momo, I am dash. Momo leaned towards him, putting her hand over his mouth again. I know. Izuku leaned his head against hers, both of them looking at the waves close by. I don't blame you. Momo said quietly. You should. I lost control and you got hurt. Izuku argued. It was only a prick. I knew you wouldn't hurt me worse. It's not in you. Momo whispered back. Beast would not willingly attack his beauty. Aoyama commented. Greetings. Fumikage said as he and Tsuyu approached. Are you okay? Tsuyu asked. Izuku breathed a little heavier. I guess. Remembering everything just sucks. We are here if you want to talk. Fumikage dropped down next to Aoyama, Tsuyu sitting next to him. I just want to sit here for now. Izuku replied, putting his head back against Momo's. Everyone nodding. A minute passed in silence before the rest of the search groups all found their way to the group. Room for more? Katsuki asked, not waiting for an answer before he sat next to Momo. The rest of the kids forming a line sitting on the beach. Izuku looked up and down the line, seeing everyone that came to be there for him, proving the torment that made him believe he was worthless for years to be wrong. Izuku started to tear up. I don't deserve you guys. Izuku started sobbing. Yes, you do. Momo wrapped one arm around Izuku. Aoyama rubbed Izuku's shoulder. We barely deserve you. Small golden flecks of fluid appeared in Izuku's halo veins. All Might gave a small smile as he finally found the boy he has spent an hour looking for, being comforted by his friends. He didn't plan on interrupting them anytime soon. Instead, he pulled out his phone to tell Aizawa he would be watching them to make sure they were fine. Nizu sighed as he started to dig through some paperwork in his office. He was almost always right, rarely being wrong. However, this time he was severely wrong. In hindsight, he should have done just a little more digging to find out how Ring he was. His overconfidence in himself made him think it was just abandonment issues, when he could now see barely hidden files, as if someone didn't want these to be found at all but used lackluster means of hiding them. Notes of physical injuries with at that time an unknown cause became much clearer as obvious abuse from his father. Nizu had created a mess. No telling how Hisashi would react to this, and especially how Izuku himself would react in the next few days. A while later on the beach, most of the students had actually fallen asleep in their spots, All Might deciding that he should get them all to a more suitable place to sleep. He was thankful that one of the 4 kids still awake was Achiko. Young Uraraka. All Might spoke quietly because he didn't want to wake any of the others. Achiko looked up to the hero. Are we in trouble? I should hope not. Can you help me, however, with getting your classmates to the dorms? Achiko nodded. Float them back? If you are willing. Achiko poked Katsuki to make him float, not noticing how when he was sleeping he was leaning on Yui, who was awake and had a small smile.
I'm willing.
Tinya stretched. Will we do more in the morning? I want to make sure Izuku is fine. Ijiro picked up the sleeping Toru in his arms, not minding carrying her himself. I think this definitely helped the guy, but we can't force this with him. Gotta let him open up when he is ready. Indeed. If anyone, he would open up to you kids. All Might said as he watched the sleeping Izuku started to float up, under the effects of Achiko's quirks. I have no doubt that this wasn't the end of events between the two. I'm not going to lie when I say I might want to kick his father's ass as much as, or even more than Bakugo. Ijiro said. As wrong as wanting pain against another person is, I do agree that he deserves punishment. Tinya nodded, helping guide the sleeping students. Later, All Might looked at the 4 students in front of him. They had taken the students to their own rooms, putting Eri with Momo to give Izuku the night. I know you all are aware of the saints and their history. I was told parts of it myself. I want you to remember that what has happened to Izuku has made him very vulnerable when it comes to his own self-worth. If what I have seen in the past has taught me anything, it's that he struggles with the belief of being deserving of friends like you kids. I want you 4 to pass in the message to the others. Help Izuku learn of his self-worth. He is only going to drive himself farther and farther into danger to take everything for you. Little Eri is definitely helping in that regard especially. Tinya nodded. It is like he always says. Saints look after each other. He is too busy looking out for us, so we gotta return the favor. Ijiro agreed. All Might waved to them. I will be going now. Good luck and good night to you kids. Hisashi looked in the mirror at the 3 large cuts covering the right side of his face. Blackened along the edges and large enough to fit his fingertip in. If it hadn't been for his son, not having his middle finger, Hisashi would have had a 4th cut go right through his right eye. Hisashi remembered the absolute hate in Izuku's eyes, filled with malice, all aimed at him. If it wasn't for All Might interfering along with some of the other students, Hisashi had no doubt his son would have definitely done worse damage, or even killed him. Perhaps he should tread more carefully the next time he tries to talk to Izuku. Izuku shot up in cold sweat, having another nightmare. This time it was about the time his father abandoned him. His neck felt like it was burning with the heat that had touched it years ago, any marks having long since faded away. He checked his clock and saw that it was barely close to 3 in the morning. He sat there breathing heavy for a minute before he brought his breath to an even level. He thankfully didn't have the words echoing in his head anymore. The words that always out him down, belittled him, made him feel weak. He only had the silence at that moment, and he wanted something to fill it. Getting up and shuffling to his door, he decided to go just sit in the courtyard downstairs. Right as he was about to go down the stairs, he heard a door open. Izuku? Momo yawned as she saw him.
Imumu.
Izuku waved weakly. What are you doing up? How did we even get here? Momo whispered as she got closer. Someone moved us probably. Izuku thought about it. Are you okay? Momo put a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Can I lie? Please don't. Then I am not fine. Izuku sighed. That dick made me think for so long I wasn't worth anything, even after I got the halo, and you guys. It just kept ringing in my head. Momo pursed her lips. He isn't worth anything if he couldn't see your value. Izuku smiled. You know, it's weird for the diamond to tell a quarter it has value. Momo smiled as well. Are you calling me a diamond? I wanted to say something even rarer and amazing, but I drew a blank. You couldn't think of anything more incredible than a diamond? A star? The word you're looking for is Izuku. False, it is Momo. We can argue about this all night. Momo said, I will argue this because I firmly believe in my side. Izuku replied, how about instead of arguing we go fix your pistol? I think it's still in the commons. You didn't want to continue arguing because you knew I would be right. Izuku started for the stairs. Momo nudged him in the side. I will win this argument. Nope. Saints are too stubborn to lose. I'm a saint too, you dork. Eri had watched the two talk in the hallway before they went downstairs. She wanted to say something, but it felt wrong to interrupt them. She could just stay there in Momo's room for the night and let the two have their time. It was now morning. Honey, I'm home. Denki shouted as he, Hanta, and Mashireo entered the dorms. Why do we have a new door? Mashireo asked as he walked up to the table where a few of the others were already eating. Can you wait until the others return for an explanation? Katsuki asked in between bites of bacon. Okay, I guess. Hanta plopped down. Say, why did Aoyama send his location to us all? Part of the explanation. Achiko answered. Mysterious. Denki remarked as he sat down. A minute later, Shoto entered the dorms as well, followed directly by Nito and Kyoka. Hello. Shoto said quietly as he sat down. How are your stitches? Minoru looked to Nito. Nito pointed to the area where the stitches had to be redone. They redid them, and so far it's okay. His sister flipped out and wanted to give him a hug afterwards while apologizing and almost caused them to reopen again. Kyoka had a small smile. I just need probably one more day before I'm back to normal than intended. Nito replied as he sat down. Okay, you six, you get to play catch-up right now. Katsuki said. Did something happen yesterday? Shoto asked. Spitfire was here. Achiko said as she grabbed a piece of toast. He was. Denki gasped. Oh shit. Yeah. Barely said a word, but his presence alone was enough to trigger the boss's demon state. Minoru added. Where is Izuku? Nito asked. He and Spiky Hair decided to work on his gun down here last night apparently and passed out on the couches. I woke them up a little bit ago so they can get dressed or shit. Katsuki stated. Is he okay? Shoto guessed that from his reaction the week prior to Shoto mentioning his father that the man being there wasn't good. We had to find him yesterday because he stormed out of here, because the bastard was here and Izuku ended up at Dagoba Beach. What happened exactly? Mashireo asked. Boss straight up tried to kill his dad, but All Might, Yaoyorozu, and some others stopped him. Minoru answered that question. How bad did he fuck up his dad? He only got one attack before All Might grabbed him. Achiko said. Yeah, but it still took a group to stop Izuku from attacking the guy. All Might actually struggled to hold Izuku for a second. Katsuki added. The only reason he managed to stop was Yaoyorozu got in his way, and Izuku accidentally hit her. It made him stop before he left. Is Momo okay? Kyoka asked. He just nicked her cheek with one claw. Achiko drew a line with her finger on her right cheek. Anything else happen we should know about? Shoto asked. Yeah. When we found Izuku, he needed comforting for obvious reasons. We gotta make sure he stays fine, but we can't force this with him. Momo said he was starting to last night with her. Achiko said. So Bakugo won't beat our asses for saying Spitfire anymore? Denki asked. As long as we aren't trying to mess with the boss, that is, which I wouldn't do. Sure. Katsuki shrugged. So who was Kirishima's secret date? Denki asked. Hagakure. Minoru answered and watched as Denki handed Hanta money. Crap. Told you. Hanta grinned as he counted his new cash. You guys bet on it? Kyoka seemed irritated by that. I said it was most likely Hagakure and Denki doubted it, so we put money on it. Hanta said. No harm is done. Anyways, on to more important things. Katsuki interrupted them. I saw All Might earlier, and he changed what we were doing today to something lighter. Did he say what it was? Achiko asked. The explosive teen nodded. Yeah, a race thing. He wanted to explain it to me, but I said could wait for class to hear it. More people had started to show up in the comments, everyone there save for Izuku. So, what is going to happen now? Tinya asked. Surely yesterday wasn't the last of this particular thing. Well, next time I won't hold Izuku back, Katsuki said. I shouldn't have last night. Let's join him next time. What next time? Izuku came down the stairs, holding his still broken sunglasses in his hands. Boss, we were talking about yesterday. Denki seemed afraid of saying it. Izuku didn't even take a slip in his pace to the table. Oh, that. What happened? Melissa, actually being around them for the first time since class yesterday, asked. An asshole was here yesterday, Izuku said as he sat down. On to better things. I think I had an epiphany on fixing my glasses. So you finally won't be looking like a broke bitch. Katsuki went with the change in topic. What's the idea? Gramps made these special for me with his quirk. Izuku had to watch his words around Melissa. His energy made them the way they were. I just guessed that what if the Nomu's energy fucked up the way my Gramps' energy did its thing, and I could just use my own energy to fix the way it all did its thing. Makes sense. Fumikage said. Didn't Todoroki absorb the Nomu's energy? Melissa asked. Shoto nodded. Perhaps I can help take leftover energy if it's there. Nah, I am keeping it if there is any. I just needed to say it to you guys first so someone could talk me out of it if it was a dumb idea. Izuku said. Momo had a smile. Finally listening to what I have been saying? Only that one thing. I still think you are wrong about this morning. I disagree. Of course you do. You think you're right. Because I am right, Izuku. Wrong. Izuku put his hand over Momo's mouth to stop her from speaking, pulling it away in surprise when she licked it. Wait, you're gonna complain when I lick your hand covering my mouth, but then do it yourself? Izuku wiped his hand on his pants leg. Don't be surprised when someone turns one of your tricks on you. Momo replied with a smirk. I'm going to find a way to make you regret those words. Izuku poked her shoulder. Just try to. Momo poked him back. I intend to. That's why I said it. Izuku poked her again. Katsuki coughed really loudly, getting them to stop. Asterisk him. Asterisk do the thing with your glasses. I want to see them blow up. Izuku and Momo both got red-faced before Izuku nodded and held his glasses again. Yes. Let's watch me blow up my glasses and hopefully my life now. Izuku began to leak a small amount of his green and purple energy into the glasses. It was the first time Izuku tried to pour his energy into an inanimate object, and it felt weird. He could feel the other energy that was left by Johnny in it, and how it wasn't flowing properly at all, meaning that everything at USJ must have knocked it apart. He didn't know which way the energy went originally and decided to make it flow in a spiral through where the lenses would be and have the edges flow into the frames. The energy started to kick it into a higher gear and flow faster. The glasses started to have a dim purple glow that was getting brighter before the glow disappeared completely, the glasses back in perfect condition. It worked. Izuku said happily as he put back on his sunglasses. Everyone noticed how golden fluid appeared in his veins for a second. Izuku saw people looking at him oddly. What? Dude, what does the gold do? Denki asked. What gold? Izuku asked in confusion. Your halo veins. Gold shit just went through them. Katsuki explained. Really? Izuku looked but didn't see any gold. I didn't know that was a thing. New ability? Achiko guessed. If it's like that black shit like it looks like it is, you might have another transformation. Katsuki shrugged. Nice. Izuku thought for a second. If the Saint's Demon's transformation is triggered by my negative emotions, and it has the black fluid, then this gold stuff must be triggered by happier emotions. Which makes sense when it appeared as you fixed your grandfather's glasses. Shoto said. Perhaps it might be an inverse to the demonic mode, like perhaps an angelic mode. Neat. One of these days I got to achieve it. Izuku said. Let's focus on that after the sports festival. When is the sports festival? Eri asked. It's the Monday after next. So we have 11 days to train. Ijiro grinned.
Honestly, I'm pumped.
So I am. Izuku nodded. Get to kick the other class's asses. Katsuki added. And show the world the debut of the Saints. Izuku grinned. Chisaki was walking through an alley, returning to his hideout, when someone spoke. Are you Chisaki Kai? Chisaki looked at the man who had just approached him with curiosity. How did this man know his name? The man was huge, wearing a mask that he could barely make out the red and green designs of underneath the hood that man had up. How do you know that name? Chisaki thought to take off his gloves and use overhaul, but the man seemed to be purposely standing as if he meant no harm. I take that as a yes. Don't worry, I am just a messenger. The man scratched the part of his face not covered by the mask. Forgive me if I feel like I should worry. Chisaki replied. Not many are bold enough to speak my name or get in close proximity to me. I have been told I am bold before. The man had a smirk. My master is even bolder. He actually has an offer for you. Who is your master? Chisaki scanned the area and saw no one else. He is not able to come here yet. However, he wanted to offer help because of something. Help in return for help. How can he help me? Chisaki gave a raised eyebrow. The man pulled out a phone and held it up, showing the clip of Chisaki and that boy when they fought for Eri. You have a similar pest problem as my master. He want to offer help in your cause and in return have you crush the saints. How will he help me? Chisaki did feel intrigued to take the offer but needed more information. Well, the saints being crushed is something you should want as well. However, my master told me to give this extra boost to you if you accept. The man held up an orange medallion with what appeared to be a tribal-styled stencil with a stag's head on it in white. What is that? Chisaki looked at it confused. Power. The man replied with a grin. They were now in their classroom, Melissa and Eri excluded. Melissa went to the support department and Eri was with All Might at Recovery Girls Clinic. She wasn't hurt or anything. They were just doing more tests on her quirk to find out what it was. So what do you think we got today with Aizawa-sensei? Mina asked. Probably nothing extra. Denki shrugged. Hey Momo, did you try to cool things with general studies yet? Izuku asked. Momo closed her encyclopedia. I did try to speak with them, but they didn't want to hear it. I think they assumed I was trying to talk them down. Hey, at least you tried. Izuku responded. They didn't want to hear words, and that's on them. Hello, class. Aizawa shuffled into the class. I have a few announcements. First, here is this. Aizawa pulled a letter out of his pocket and handed it to Mashireo. Can you pass that to Midoriya? Mashireo nodded, and it was passed back to Izuku, who saw it was just his name printed on the front. Who is this from? Izuku asked, not wanting to open it if it was from his father. The principal wants to apologize, but thought you wouldn't want to see him right now. Aizawa said. Izuku put the letter in his pocket, deciding to read it later. Next, I want to be honest with all 20 of you. Everyone looked at Aizawa confused. I know about the Saints. Yeah, we have mentioned it before, and you do sponsor us. Izuku said. Midoriya, you know what I mean. Aizawa gave the boy a tired look. It took only a second to think about all of your powers, and I admittedly interrogated All Might last night when he returned from bringing you all here last night. He told me some of it. Don't worry about your secrets. They are safe with me. You all have come together as a group to help each other's potential grow, and I won't be in the way of that. Just keep me in the loop, so I can make sure you kids don't put yourself in too much trouble. Aizawa finished. Got it. Izuku was worried at first that Aizawa had found out and interrogated All Might, but Aizawa was now a willing ally. Finally, due to me knowing your group and everything, I asked for a certain future task to be done today. If you all want to be debuting your group at the sports festival, you all should have your hero names. Our hero names? Mina gasped in excitement. Aizawa looked like the loudness that came over the class had given him a headache. Yes, Midnight is going to be here in a minute to help you all, since I have no expertise or advice in this area. Aizawa pulled out his sleeping bag and laid down in it behind his desk. Our hero names, Denki said. Oh boy, I can't wait to have mine. I already know what I want it to be. The dumbass hero, Pikachu. Katsuki started laughing. Denki deflated. You're probably going to be called the jackass hero, bitch boy. Katsuki threw a paper ball at him. Fuck you. Although I do admit that was a good comeback. Izuku took the chance to read Nizu's letter. Dear Midoriya, I apologize immensely for how horribly I misguessed how bad things were in regard to your relationship with your father. I would not blame you if you have a grudge against me at this point. I have escorted Hisashi off of the campus last night and asked him to not set foot on the campus as we do not condone the treatment you had received. Whether or not this all comes to light in the public eye is up to you. I hope this doesn't dissuade you from continuing your tenure at UA. Sincerely, Nizu. What did Principal Nizu say? Nito asked. He wanted to apologize for how badly he fucked up. He kicked my father off of the grounds and barred him from being here. Also said that it is my choice whether or not the shit my father did to me in the past is revealed at all. Izuku summarized. He might start kissing your ass now for a bit. Katsuki said. I already know my hero name now. Mina said. You all are going to love it. But you gotta wait for midnight to be here. Did someone say midnight? The named hero entered the room. Hello, little cuties. The class greeted her. Okay, let's get right into it. Today I help you all make your hero names. You must be picking a name that you are all going to be alright with. Because once you debut anywhere with that name, it will be what people remember as your hero name. Make it kid-friendly if you can. We can't be dropping F-bombs every time you are mentioned. Katsuki could be heard cursing quietly as now he had to change his name. You don't need an epithet, the more descriptive part of your hero name, but they can add a little pizzazz to your name. Wait, do we have to avoid copyrights? Mina asked. Please do. Mina snapped her fingers in disappointment. Well, there goes being called Alien Queen. You could just go by Pinky. Half of us call you that already, Katsuki said. Alien Queen fits you a bit more, Fumikage said from his seat next to her. Mina was going to say something to Katsuki about Pinky being the best choice, but Fumicage's words made her stop and think. Here are some whiteboards. Think it over and come up here one at a time to present to your classmates. Or do it from your desk. Tenya raised his hand. What if we don't have one? Tenya was told by his older brother that he would one day get the Ingenium name. He didn't want to have something that wasn't his family's well-known hero name. Midnight nodded and answered. It is fine if you don't have one yet. After today, if you don't have one, you can always come by my class to have me file in the name when you get it. Tenya nodded, satisfied with his answer. All right, who's first? Midnight asked. Denki shot up. Here's mine. He held up his board, which read something he spoke. The stunning hero. Charge bolt. Perfect. It describes your quirk perfectly. Here's mine. Hanta stood up. Taping hero. Cellophane. Mashireo stood next, holding his board that said one word. Someone said my tail reminded them of the animal, and it can describe my fighting spirit. Mashireo seemed embarrassed. His board read the word lion. Ah, dude, that's awesome. Lion is badass. Denki said. It fits you. Achiko gave a smile. Minoru stood up on his desk to get noticed. I am going to be the freshly picked hero, Grapevine. You literally are a grapevine if we think about it. Hanta nodded along. I shall be the shining hero, Etoile. Aoyama declared with one of his poses. Etoile? Sounds French. Midnight remarked. Oui. It means star, the only things to outshine me. It's perfect for you, man. Izuku nodded. I'm going to be the sturdy hero, Red Riot. Ijiro said. Sounds badass, especially after you took those scars. Katsuki said. I'm the stealth hero, Invisible Girl. Toru said her really on-the-nose name. The rainy season hero, Froppy. Tsuyu announced hers. Q. Definitely going to be well-liked. Yui looked at Katsuki, who was struggling to come up with something not overly violent. Need help? I wanted to go with King Explosion Murder, but now I don't think I can. Katsuki frowned. That was his second option. How about Fuse? Yui offered. You can create explosions and are your own fuse. Katsuki mulled it over. He patted Yui's shoulder. That's amazing. Thanks. Katsuki actually had a smile. Yui's face turned red the second she saw the smile, and Katsuki started to write down his name. I'm next. Katsuki stood up. He held his board. I'm going to be the explosive hero, Fuse. It's good. Midnight nodded, expecting to say something she would have to veto hard. Damn right it was good. It was made by a smart person. Katsuki sat down, Yui blushing harder at the praise. Fumikage stood up. My name shall be the jet black hero, Tsukuyami. Fits your whole dark theme.
Mina grinned.
Okay, I'm going to be the alien queen. That might remind people of the xenomorph and scare kids. Midnight said. Don't care. I look like an alien. I am definitely a queen.
Mina defended herself.
Plus she acts like a fool half the time, so she's really not scary. Katsuki added. I'm going to find something to scare you with. Mina pointed at Katsuki. Oh, I'm so scared. Katsuki waved his arms mockingly.
I'm shaken.
Midnight decided to not argue with the pink girl over her hero name. I will be keeping my regular name for now, Tinya announced. Mezu held up his board. Tentacle hero. Tentacle. Fits. Midnight nodded. Achiko raised her board. It's not the best, but Uravity is what I want to go with. It's unique, definitely fits. Mashireo said. Yui, finally getting her blush under, raised her board. I chose Rule. Funny that I keep calling you Princess, and now you are named Rule. Katsuki chuckled, trying to take control of the class apparently. Yui blushed again, but luckily it was small enough to not be noticed. She didn't know why she felt like the way she was at that moment every time Katsuki spoke, interacted with, or was just around her. It's not really original, but the hearing hero, earphone jack? Kyoka held up her board. I like it, Nito said. Kyoka looked at him, a small smile. Of course you like it. It's my thing. My name is going to be the copying hero, Phantom Thief, Nito stated. Nice. Kyoka commented as Nito sat down. Shoto stood up and held his board. I choose Coldfire. Momo went next. The everything hero, Kriati.
Q.
Izuku remarked as she sat back down. Thanks, I try. Well, you're last, so what's your name? Momo asked. Izuku looked at his blank board, trying to think of a name. He remembered a conversation a few years ago. What's the point of superhero names in this timeline? Gat asked as he spotted Izuku, who was benching a small fridge as he was told to do. When quirks first appeared, vigilantes would use code names to hide their identities. Heroes nowadays use hero names to honor the first heroes. Izuku explained, halfway through putting the fridge down. PSSH, honestly, if I was going to be a hero, I would just use my name. Or a family name, I guess. If anything not name related, it would be Stillwater. I was raised there. Gat flicked a broken car's mirror. Something that should mean something to me, I guess. I still don't know what my hero name is going to be. Izuku said. He was trying to think about it, but couldn't think of anything. Just make it your name then. I don't know how hero names work. As long as it means something to you, and what has made you what you are, then I think you're set, brat. Gat fist bumped Izuku's shoulder. Now we gotta do something manly to get over this sentimental stuff. Let's spar so I can see how you have been working on your form. Izuku had a soft smile as he wrote down his hero name, knowing exactly what it should be now. Your last boss. What's the name? Katsuki asked. Izuku looked at everyone. My hero name is based on what I was told once. Make your name mean something to you, and what has made you what you are. I want to show where my strength comes from. My name is going to be just that. Show exactly where I got my strength. Izuku flipped over his board and showed his hero name. Everyone nodded when they saw it, knowing how much it truly did mean to Izuku and where he got his true potential. The Heroic Saint, Gat. Chapter 18. /N. I don't own MHA or Saints Row, although if I did, we would have a Saints Row 5 by now. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green, and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit, but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power, but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use, as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flown of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin, halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid, horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation. Nothing is known about this transformation yet except that it might be triggered by inverse emotions of his Saint's Demon's transformation. Theorized to be an angelic transformation. So you went with Gat? Nito asked as they sat down at their lunch table. It's fitting, Izuku said. Honors Gramps and makes people think my quirk might have to do with guns and not all the other things. You realize you ended up on the news about twice in the last week, and every other first-year class has it out for you specifically. Everyone probably already knows what you do. Nito stated. Bah.
I'm unpredictable.
Izuku shrugged it off. He jumped for a second. Hold up, I just got a dumbass idea. Half of his friends felt like they should worry about that. Momo was the first one to say anything, planning on diffusing whatever idea Izuku had.
What?
Izuku shook his head. Nope, you guys can't know until the sports festival. Then why say it out loud? Katsuki looked irritated. Because I say words while I'm thinking them. It's not anything bad. It won't make people say, oh no, what's wrong with him? It will make people look at me and say, oh God, he is an idiot. I thought people already said that. Kyoka said. Izuku laughed. This is stupider. It will only work though if the circumstances are right. Anyways, since we don't get to hear it, let's talk about something else. Katsuki spoke. Since we are on the topic of the sports festival, I want to up my training before that. I need to unlock my special whatever power and show it off as well. Got no argument. Izuku nodded. Have fun with your training. One of these days before it I want to test my mold strength against your explosions though. No problem. Katsuki agreed. Good evening, little saints. All Might entered their classroom before their foundational hero studies class. I have news. What is it? Achiko asked. All Might grinned as he pressed the button to give them all their hero suits. I personally made sure that those updates you all wanted for your suits are there, as well as young Monoma's, Aoyama's, and Midoriya's suits being completely repaired. Izuku jumped across the room to open his case. Finally. Yes. I do enjoy you kids' camaraderie, All Might said as he noticed the purple everyone had when they opened their cases to check. Some had more than others, but it was all the same. You do not need your suits today, but if you want to just wear in the new style, by all means go ahead. Oh, I am breaking this bad boy in. Izuku grinned at his new suit. Why does it look different, boss? Toru leaned over to check the suit. After USJ, I made notes for them to look at to make better changes. Also, because of my transformations, I might need to add in more changes down the road. All Might waved to the class. I will be at Field Gamma when you kids are ready. All Might. Nito caught up to his mentor, deciding not to wear his suit for the chance to speak privately to his sensei. Yes, young Monoma? All Might looked to the boy next to him as they continued towards Field Gamma. Can I tell them about it? Nito asked. He had been wanting to tell them. They knew so many secrets already, and it was only fair to reveal one for all at that point. All Might looked at Nito in surprise. Truth be told, I assumed you did tell them already. You did? Nito tilted his head. It must have been a thought, because surely One for All is not nearly as big of a deal if you consider Midoriya's power source. It is fine if you tell them. I will be there for credibility and such. If they can keep Izuku's secret, as well as every other secret that follows that boy, then surely they can be trusted with this one. Nito nodded. I'll tell them after the course. Izuku loved having his hero suit back in action. The changes were simple. He added thicker padding to the purple vest, as well as adding a green undershirt of the same metallic material and removing his jacket entirely. His gloves stopped just below his elbows, and he made sure to make there be no limp hanging part of the glove over the finger he lost, removing that material and fitting his hand better now. He also covered up the holes his outfit originally had to accommodate his wings. Looking good, boss. Mina gave a thumbs up as he arrived. I always look good. Izuku boasted. It's in a saint's nature to be beautiful as hell. Katsuki, who had also opted to wear his suit which had a purple X across his chest where the red used to be, looked at Izuku like he was an idiot. When were you ever beautiful? Izuku put his hands on his hips. You're just jealous that I'm hot as fuck. Momo smacked Izuku over the head. Language. Eri is right there. Momo pointed to the girl who was holding onto Mashireo's tail.
Sorry.
Izuku rubbed his before he looked at Momo, who had an entirely new outfit. Momo had replaced her long boots for shorter ones that ended right above her ankle, with purple lines running through the crimson of the rest of the boots. Momo now had fingerless crimson gloves that had thick pads in the palms. Her sleeveless leotard had been replaced with a crimson shirt of fabric, just like Izuku's, that ended just below her breasts, and shorts that were almost hidden completely by here yellow belts that she kept from her old outfit. Purple trims covered her otherwise crimson outfit. The final addition to her new hero suit was that she had created a morning star pendant to wear as a necklace. Momo definitely enjoyed the look Izuku gave her, giving him a similar one since his newer outfit definitely showed off his muscles more. Katsuki elbowed Izuku's back before walking away. Stop drooling over each other, damn. I like your necklace, Izuku said to Momo as they began to follow Katsuki to Field Gamma. I don't think you were looking at that, Momo said to mess with him. Izuku looked her in the eye. How do you want me to respond to that? You are purposely trapping me. Momo smiled. I know. Izuku gained a smirk. Sometimes I like jumping on landmines. You're hot as hell in that outfit. I would know since I have been to hell. Momo blushed. I forget you like to act like that. Well, at least I'm not saying stuff Minoru would. Izuku defended himself. Hey! Minoru shouted from his spot beside Tinya. At this point, it seems wrong to act like that towards the ladies in this class. What about other classes? Denki asked. Minoru did a shaking motion with his hand, kinda stopping it a little bit. Not cold turkey, I guess, just not trying to have my whole person be about being a pervert anymore. We need a class pervert, though, Izuku said. Diversity and all that. Why don't you be the class pervert then? Minoru said. Izuku cupped his chin. I can do that. Hey Katsuki, nice ass. Katsuki turned around with a tick mark on his head. Don't bring me into this bullshit.
Fine,
Izuku said, and Katsuki turned back around, noticing a giggle from Yui. Izuku leaned over towards Momo. Pust. Katsuki has a nice ass. Izuku didn't whisper. I can hear you, dumbass. Katsuki yelled. I doubt you can hear me over the sounds of them cheeks clapping. Izuku was laughing hard at his own jokes. Katsuki began to walk away faster. Momo pinched her nose. Why do you talk sometimes? Izuku looked at Momo. I don't know. All right, students, here is the course for today. All Might pointed to a map. This is Field Gamma, a labyrinth of an industrial site filled with factories. It is a difficult place to get through. Today you all do that. From one side to the other? Mashireo looked at the large complex on the other side of a large wall. Wrong. You must rescue me and little Eri. All Might patted Eri on the head. I will let you all go in 5 at a time. I will shoot a flare from wherever I am, and I want you all, without jumping above everything, to go through the labyrinth to find us. While 5 others who are not designated as the rescuers during that round can relax and wait. So it's just a race, really, Katsuki commented. Indeed. Like I said, today is more laid back. Do we get MVPs that matter for the next class? Izuku asked. Nope. Next class I still haven't planned, yet since it won't be till after the sports festival. All Might started to unlock the gate for Field Gamma. Really? Hanta asked. No classes next week at all? I figured you kids, and the kids in 1B would like more time to train and better prepare for the sports festival. Especially since this year is rumored to be the most watched year by a margin. Why? Denki asked. Because of USJ and young Midoriya. All Might answered. Why me? Izuku asked. USJ was a huge event. You being seen on the news as a broken-down lid on the verge of death made everyone not trust us at our job. Once it slipped that you were on the mend and also still attending the sports festival as a contestant, everyone has gained interest in you. Especially since now it is clear you were the kid who saved Eri the other day. All Might explained. Oh. Izuku replied. Neat. So everyone is going to be watching 1A because of how we almost died, and especially the boss since he keeps getting himself in situations. Ijiro restated it. All Might nodded. It means even more to you kids because of your plans to show the world the Saints for the first time. You know, with all the attention we are about to get, we should rename it the Saints Festival. Izuku laughed. Let's do our race now, Katsuki said. I don't like standing here. How will we pick who goes when? Achiko asked. I separated you all by your rank in the class, from 1 to 20. The first 5 will go in round 1 and so on. All Might pulled out a paper that ranked the kids. So first shall be Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, Bakugo, Todoroki, and Monoma. I always knew I was number 1. Izuku grinned. That's only because you're a nerd. Katsuki commented. Rude. It also has our heroics classes in part and everything. Izuku replied. Okay, so a nerd powered by a ring. Katsuki fixed his statement. Halo. Izuku corrected. Kiss my ass. Katsuki shot back. I mean, you are dummy thick. Izuku shrugged. Katsuki was about to say something, but Yui poked him to get him to stop. Meanwhile, Momo actually smacked Izuku over the head. Stop disrupting class. Momo scolded Izuku. Izuku rubbed his head. You use super strength for that. Yes, because you do this a lot. Momo responded. Anyways, you five shall be first. All Might stopped questioning the antics of this class, letting the more mature and responsible of the class get the others under control. Next is Ida, Tokoyami, Azui, Kirishima, and Kodai. After that it is Mineta, Shuji, Aoyama, Ojiro, and Siro. Final five is Jiro, Uraraka, Hagakure, Ashido, and Kaminari. I'm in the lowest five? Kyoka got a downcast look. You're with good company. Denki grinned. And you?
Mina låghead.
How dare? Denki fake gasped. All Might began walking into the complex with Eri. There are 5 entrances. One person from each group will be stationed at one to mark their starting line. But you must wait your turn. They are labeled on the map. I trust you all to get to them quickly, and I will shoot my first flare to mark the beginning. Izuku stood at entrance C with Tenya, Aoyama, and Mina. Man, I can't wait to get going. Izuku hopped back and forth on his feet. I do agree, I want to go immediately. Tenya nodded. I have a distinct idea on how I am going to win mine. Aoyama said. Shoot lasers through your shield's layers that will make them exit by your feet and launch you there with speed? Mina asked. Aoyama nodded. It is quite like Bakugo's explosions, but I must be careful when I use them since they do still shoot out away from me. Luckily here it's just a test site. In a real situation that would be a lot more risky to use. Tenya stated. I'm just going to use my super speed and go bananas. Izuku said. I'm definitely winning this maze race. I bet you will run into something and lose. Mina said. How dare. Izuku looked at the pink girl. I doubt I will run into anything at all. Okay. I think you will though. Same with Ida. You guys might overdo your speed and not turn fast enough. Mina shrugged her shoulders. Valid point. Tenya said. I will make sure to not go too fast. I'm going speed. Izuku started to do leg stretches. I feel like you keep trading your intelligence for stupidity.
Mina ditpaned.
I'm thinking things through on the inside. I just like to amuse myself with my lack of common sense. Izuku didn't plan on running into anything and was already planning on not doing that. A flare appeared over a section of Field Gamma to the southwest of Izuku. I am off, Izuku said as he began to run, leaving wisps of his halo veins with the speed he was going. Izuku kept running in what he felt was the right direction, before deciding to make it interesting how well he could run sideways on the side of a building and began to do that, kicking off or jumping from building side to keep going. A minute later, he felt that he was definitely close by when he could hear explosions, signaling that Katsuki was also near. Izuku slid to the ground and kept going as he found a straight path to the area below the flare. Hey, I found it. Nice. Izuku spoke to himself while he got closer. On your left. Momo's voice came from behind him suddenly. Izuku turned to see that she had created roller skates and was using her own speed as well as her lasers to propel herself forward. I'm not losing to a derby girl, Izuku said as he picked up his speed. Good thing I'm not one, Momo said as she fired off a large laser that sent her past Izuku. Izuku in the future would not be proud of the next moment, one that Momo would hold over him for a long time when she found out how it happened. Izuku had watched Momo as she passed him, and as a guy his eyes ended up on her rear, which he would admit looked amazing in her new hero suit. However, the lapse in his attention by staring at what he would later call a heavenly item made him crash into a poke face first. Izuku hit the pole with enough force that it broke out of the ground and flew forward in Izuku's place, actually tripping Momo. Izuku skipped across the ground like a rock on a lake before he stopped on his back against a wall. Izuku groaned as he fixed himself and stood up. Young Bakugo has made it here first. All voice came out of a speaker close to Izuku. Oh great. Izuku groaned again. He can't believe he lost like that. It did make it better that someone uninvolved won, Izuku supposed. He walked the final bit and saw he was the last of his 5. How the hell are you last? Katsuki asked. Izuku sat on the ground looking embarrassed. I do not want to talk about it. Momo gave him a surprised look. Why did you throw a pole at me? Izuku's face turned red. Please stop talking. I tripped. Shoto patted his shoulder. Did you run into a pole? Katsuki asked as All Might sent another flare out. I'm not talking anymore. Izuku made himself face away from everyone, except Eri, who walked beside him to sit down. Katsuki ended up laughing. You ran into a fucking pole. Language. Momo scolded the explosive teen. Nito spoke next. How did you not see a pole? He thought Izuku had great vision while running. I was distracted. Izuku wouldn't be caught dead admitting right there that he was looking at Momo's ass and ran into something because of it. That's the end of the story. Luckily, no one pressed the issue and it was dropped, Tenya arriving shortly after in a blur thanks to his insane speed. Was I first? Tenya looked around. Indeed. All Might used the speakers to announce it. The other four showing up soon after. My bull rush is not meant to traversal. Ijiro huffed. Soon the next set started and Hanta was the first one there. Who I love swinging around this place. Hanta hooped as he dropped from his final line of tape. I should come out here for more practice. I can leave it unlocked when we leave. All Might said. Nice. Hanta commented. The next set started soon and Mina was the first one to get to All Might, sliding in on a non-dangerous version of her acid. Woo, I'm first. Mina clapped her hands. She noticed Izuku on the ground facing away from everyone. What's wrong with Midori? He ran into a pole. Said he got distracted, but we don't know what it was. Shoto answered. Oof.
Mina commented.
Once everyone got there, All Might spoke again. Some situations will require you to be going into unfamiliar surroundings, and time will be of the essence. This site can actually change the walls and layout inside, so there are numerous possible layouts to have. If you all wish, I can leave it unlocked, and you can practice getting from outside of an area and to point of interest where you are needed. You never know when something bad might happen and time will not be on your side to figure it out. Like my knees in hell. Izuku commented. Are you ever going to explain how you were in hell, or are you just going to keep saying it? Mashireo asked. That incident with my gramps a year ago. That portal was to hell, and I got my kneecaps shot out by the guy with the crossbow thing. Izuku gave them a watered-down version of what happened. What happened to that guy? Denki asked. Gramps kinda lost it seeing me get hurt and Izuku cupped Eri's ears so she couldn't hear. Repeatedly punched the guy's head until it was mush. Damn. Katsuki said. He is cooler than your Mima. You're just afraid of Mima. Izuku pointed out. What happened with Izuku's Mima? Yui asked, wondering how Katsuki was afraid of anyone. I'm not talking about it. Katsuki shook his head. Is she that bad? Mashireo raised an eyebrow. She was eccentric. All Might said, remembering his time knowing Kinsey. Guys, can I tell you something? Nito decided to say it now. What is it, Preppy? Katsuki asked. I kinda have a secret also that I didn't know if I could say. Another Halo? Hanta asked.
No.
I actually have 2 quirks. I was given my second one. Nito said. Is it even possible to pass quirks? Achiko asked. I'm literally powered by the devil's halo that my great-great-great-great-grandfather used to lunch the devil in the face. Izuku pointed out. But passing a quirk seems off? Anyways, I actually got it from All Might. Nito stated. What? Half of the class was surprised. All Might passed on a quirk? Yes. It is actually called One for All. All Might said. It has been around since the dawn of quirks and I was the 8th holder of it. Young Monoma is the 9th. After more explaining of the quirk and its origin, everyone had began to leave Field Gamma. So you still have it also, right? Achiko looked at All Might, who had changed to his weakened form since the kids all now knew, and he could save the use for later. Yes, I still have embers of the quirk, but it all is Monoma's now. When the time comes he will pass it in, and so forth. All Might nodded. Wait. Izuku clapped his hand over his forehead. Why didn't I ever think of this? All Might, I might be able to save your power. All Might raised an eyebrow. How so? Momo knew what Izuku was about to say. The medallions. Izuku put a finger to his nose and pointed his other hand to Momo. Yes, the medallions all have power, and you might be able to keep all of your strength and stuff if a medallion charges it instead of one for all. All Might nodded in thought. That is an interesting theory. However, what about my respiratory system? It is severely damaged. Izuku smacked his forehead again. Again, why didn't I think of this before? My healing powers. The one you got from my ancestor? Momo asked. Yeah, Izuku said. Those powers completely regrew my kneecaps that got taken completely out of my legs. If they can heal bones from scratch, why can't they heal organs that are shriveled up and weak? All Might was wondering why he also never thought to ask the boy about this. I believe it might be possible. Izuku got more energy. Can we try it now? All Might turned back into his muscular form. Of course, young Midoriya. Izuku had ran fast after class back to the dorms to grab one of his last 2 medallions. Everyone else got to the dorms as Izuku bounded down the stairs. Don't use the superpowers inside. Momo scolded. You could end up making a joke in the wall. Mina looked at the new door they have at the front of the building. Wouldn't be the first time. Izuku placed the medallion on the table. Let me heal you first, that way the medallion will have a higher base. Izuku pointed to a seat for All Might to take. All right. All Might nodded as Izuku began to use his pink healing energy on All Might. Momo stepped on the other side of All Might. I can use mine too. Punk energy flowing from her hands as well. All Might did admit he was feeling better than he had in years. His malnourished form began to fill out slowly, as if his old muscles and organs were being at such a fast rate. Momo tired out and drained her energy long before Izuku did, his pool of energy being much larger. He didn't stop even when he was beginning to feel really tired. Izuku, don't overdo it. You know that stuff will make you insanely tired. Momo yawned. I'm going to stop eventually. After a few more minutes, Izuku stopped when his energy flow slowed down due to how exhausted he had made himself. He almost fell over, but Katsuki caught him. Dumbass, she said, don't overdo it. Katsuki said, I'm not done. Izuku spoke slowly. Katsuki sighed. You get just a little more and I'm putting you down. All Might didn't want the boy to hurt himself to heal him. If you are Dash, I want to do more. Izuku said as he zapped himself with electricity. Katsuki dropped Izuku. Don't zap me too. Izuku jumped up, the electricity having jolted him to full attention. My bad. I can keep going. Izuku began the process again. No more zapping yourself to do it. That's not healthy. Momo said as he slumped over the table, her healing powers having made her too tired. I promise. Izuku said as he poured more healing energy into All Might. A few more minutes later, and Izuku stopped entirely, leaning against the back of a couch. Okay, I can't do it anymore. I'm about to pass out. You've definitely done more than enough, young Midoriya, All Might said. Izuku let himself fall over the side of the couch and laid down on it. I'm taking a nap. Nito handed the medallion to All Might. You kinda just hold it and let it do its own thing. All Might nodded and felt a tingling feeling as the purple saint's medallion glowed and poured its energy into All Might. This feels incredible. That's what I said. Ijiro nodded. A moment later, All Might had fully absorbed the power of the medallion, and he no longer felt the need to hold his muscular form. Testing it, however, he found that he could go to his weakened state, which was about as muscular as a normal person as it had gained mass from Izuku's energy. All Might patted the passed-out Izuku on his shoulder. Let him know he has my gratitude for this. I have to be going now. All Might left. Mina looked at the 2 passed-out teens. I don't like that look, Toru said as she looked at Mina, who had a devilish grin. Mina turned to Toru. You're helping me.
With what?
Ijiro raised an eyebrow. You two. Both wouldn't tell me they were sleeping together last time, and here they are right now, sleeping just meters apart. Katsuki walked for the stairs, taking Eri with him. I'm leaving before I find out what dumb shit you have planned. Several of the other students decided that was wise and left. Tinya, however, had the good grace to try and stop her. What are you trying to do? I'm betting pictures of them spooning. Mina exclaimed as she went towards Momo. That way I can blackmail them into getting out of whatever weird flirting will they / won't they crap they have and date. Mina pointed at Toru. Help me move Yamamo. Mina pointed at Hanta and Ijiro. Stop Ida from interfering. Hanta played along, pulling tape from his elbows. Definitely. Ijiro looked at the 3 kids acting in this, one of which was his girlfriend. You guys shouldn't do that. Come on, Eiji. Toru said. We could go on double dates. I'll tie him up too. Hanta offered. Achiko silently joined Mina and Toru, moving Momo by having her float through the air. Denki started to laugh. I find that this could only go wrong, so I want in. Denki poked Tinya. I'll take you if you interfere. Tinya looked at Shoto, the only other person in the area who hadn't left or joined Mina. I don't see anything, Shoto said as he ate his soba. Tinya looked defeated before an idea popped in his head. What if they wake up? Hoping that would scare them into not messing with the passed-out leaders of the class. They both are passed out from using their powers on All Might. Mina said. It's only luck that Yamamo is also passes out not following the lecture she gave to Midori to not overdo it. I'm just taking a few pictures, storing secret copies in case they destroy the others and laminating as many as I can and putting them all over our dorms and maybe classroom. Tinya wanted to still fight them on this. Some violation of the rules must be happening here. However, he won't admit it, but he would prefer if Izuku and Momo just got together instead of whatever thing they had at that point. Sighing, Tinya walked the other way up the stairs. I saw nothing, Tinya said as he went up. You would think more people would try to stop us, Denki said. Maybe they also want these two to just get together. Hanta shrugged. I just want to see how they react when they see the photos, Denki said. Only part one I'm interested in. The girls had finally placed Momo on the couch. Mina pulling out her phone and picking up Izuku's arm and dropping it over Momo, him hugging her in his sleep after they dropped his arm. Aw, he is hugging her now, Mina said as she started taking pictures. Is it considered hugging or spooning? Toru asked. Spooning because she is facing the same way as him. Achiko answered. Katsuki came down the stairs, having gone down to get Eri some juice, and saw what they were doing. Why? Mina held up a finger to tell Katsuki to keep it quiet. You want them together as much as I do, so shush. Katsuki gave her an even look before he went back to getting Eri juice. It wasn't his problem. Ijiro watched how many times Mina kept clicking her camera. How many pictures do you need? There isn't a number high enough, Mina replied without looking away. An hour later, Aoyama approached his sleeping fellow saints with some tea. Mina and Achiko had moved Momo to another couch, so the 2 sleeping teens wouldn't know what happened yet. You will ruin your sleep schedule if you sleep through the afternoon, Aoyama said as he nudged Momo's shoulder, waking her up first. Momo sat up slowly. I fell asleep? Oui. You might have overdid your own healing of All Might. You fell asleep a minute before Izuku. Aoyama handed her a cup of tea. Is he okay? Momo sipped her tea before she saw Izuku passed out on the other couch. Aoyama nodded. Both Monsieur Might and Izuku are all right. He assumed she was talking about Izuku, but still let her know about All Might. I do find it humorous how you lectured Izuku on his overuse of his energy while doing the same yourself. Momo didn't find it funny. I was too preoccupied making sure Izuku didn't overwork himself. Is your energy still too low? Aoyama asked. I'm still tired, but I definitely won't drop and fall asleep, Momo answered. Would it be wise to tell you photos were taken? Aoyama asked Momo, and she blinked in confusion. Photos of what? Momo didn't know where the French boy was going with this. Aoyama took another drink of tea. You and Izuku were knocked out and well, Aoyama pointed to the wall behind them. Momo looked and saw a picture of her and Izuku spooning. Her face turned red, and she looked at Aoyama. What? Why? How? Someone thought it would be a way to get you two finally together, as well as other motives, I assume. Most have been taken down, and the device has been taken and deleted of all of the copies of the scene. A few are lying around still. Can I guess the person is pink? Momo knew if anyone it would be Mina. You would be a good guesser. Aoyama nodded. Sorry if this is a bit too personal, but why are you and Izuku not together at this point? You both obviously like each other and are aware of it. Momo didn't answer at first because she asked herself that question. Why weren't they? At the least one of them should have mentioned it to the other, but instead all they do is flirt or joke around. Or Momo scolding him for being stupid. Wouldn't it be wrong for her to get in a relationship with the leader of a group she was in? Aoyama looked at how hard Momo was thinking. Please don't get a headache because I asked that. I think I'm just waiting for Izuku to say something. With all that has been going in, do you think he would? Aoyama asked. Momo didn't answer for a second again. She really would love it if Izuku did. I hope so. Unknown to them, Izuku had woken up earlier and was just too tired to move. He heard everything and decided that he had to finally say what he was too nervous to do, and he knew when he would say it. He just had to make sure everything would go right. After dinner, Izuku knocked on a door, hoping the girl was in her room. Just a sec. The girl called out as she went to the door. Tsuyu opened her door and Izuku was glad to see that the frog girl was alone, or at least that Mina wasn't there.
Midoriya.
If I got to call you Tsu, call me Izuku or something. Izuku said. Ribbit. Okay. What do you need, Izuku? Tsuyu wondered why Izuku had a nervous look. I need a favor, and I kinda want to keep it quiet, especially so Mina won't be troublesome. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. What's wrong? Can you teach me to dance? Izuku asked. Tsuyu looked confused. Dance? Yes. What kind of dancing? Tsuyu asked. The fancy kind. Do you really think I can dance like that? Tsuyu asked as she shook the overly large t-shirt she was using to sleep in. Why not ask Yaoyorozu? Izuku looked more nervous. Because it's, Tsuyu nodded.
Surprise.
Yeah. So you finally are doing something about you two? What do you mean, finally? Izuku asked. We've all known each other for 2 weeks. And yet you two act like a married couple sometimes. Tsuyu replied. Most 2 weeks don't have the events we all have had. Can you teach me to dance? Izuku repeated his question. I do know how to somewhat. However, I want a favor in return. Tsuyu said. Izuku wondered what the frog girl would even want as a favor. Definitely. Just let me know when you want that favor. I want it now. Tsuyu responded. That was fast. Izuku replied. What is it? I teach you to dance so you can impress Yaoyorozu. You help me get Todoroki to notice me. Okay. Izuku responded immediately before the words sunk in. Wait, what? Chapter 19. /N. I don't own MHA or Saints Row, although if I did we would have a Saints Row 5 by now. Quirk name, Saints Flow. Abilities. Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged green blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects. Can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme green blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly, but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged purple blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave formed the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flow of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations and 1 unknown. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin, halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid, horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation. Nothing is known about this transformation yet except that it might be triggered by inverse emotions of his Saint's Demons transformation. Theorized to be an angelic transformation. Wait, what? Izuku did a double take. I said you helped me get Todoroki to notice me. Tsuyu repeated what she said. You like Shoto? Izuku looked confused. When did this happen? After the saints were made. Spending time around him made me develop feelings because I realized he is nice when he actually opens up. Tsuyu admitted. That's How am I supposed to help you with that? Izuku asked. I'm not exactly the best at handling feelings. As long as you can get him to realize I am a lady that is available, that is fine. Tsuyu said. I don't want it to be forced, but I at least want the chance to see if it goes anywhere. Ribbit. Tsuyu explained. I hope you realize I am kinda dumb in this sense, so expect some sort of stupid thing to happen during this. Izuku stated. I hope that doesn't happen, but I trust you. Tsuyu said. Now I am pressured. Izuku commented. Aren't you pressured about learning to dance for Yaoyorozu? Tsuyu asked. I'm trying to play off my pressure there so I can act cool and not realize that I am a nervous wreck about this entire thing. Izuku said. As long as I joke and distract myself, I am a-okay. Izuku smiled at the end with a thumbs up. Isn't talking about it making you break that denial? Tsuyu asked. Izuku deflated. Yep, and now I am panicking about it. Tsuyu didn't know what proper ways of comfort work for Izuku, so she did the first thing she figured Katsuki would do for some reason. She slapped him. Izuku looked confused for a second at the action.
Izuku, I'm sorry.
Izuku rubbed his cheek. You know, for some reason that helped. Should we wait for tomorrow to begin your lessons? Tsuyu asked. Actually, can we have a lesson now? Izuku asked. There's this thing that Momo is supposed to do on Saturday, and I am going with her. Tsuyu raised an eyebrow. You two have a date? Izuku shook his head.
No.
Her mother made me kind of a bodyguard to her, and Momo has to appear at a party or whatever for the investors in her parents' company. Tsuyu immediately knew Izuku's intentions. And you want to use that party as the perfect chance to woo her? Not woo. Tell her my feelings and hope for the best. Izuku said. Tsuyu gave the saint a blank look. Hope for the best? Izuku, don't get offended, but you're an idiot. You both obviously like each other, so what bad can come of it? Self-doubt? Izuku answered, questioning himself. I'm pretty sure that anything you do, she would love it. Tsuyu said. Either way, I want it to be perfect. Izuku said. She's great and should have a great moment. Tsuyu smiled. That's sweet. Okay, let's do your first lesson now. The next morning soon came, and it was Friday. Izuku had woken up early and had set up his tools at the dining table to fix his gun. Hello, Midoriya, Shoto said as he came down the stairs. Sup? Izuku waved his arm without looking away from the gun. He was close to done repairing it. How is your gun? Shoto asked as he began some tea. Close to done. I just need to put this back together. Izuku patted a few pieces. And charge it with my energy before I put it back in. Will it be the same, or did you make improvements? Shoto sat down at the table. It will be the same. I was in Saint's Demons mode when it was broke LN, so I have no clue of anything about how it handled itself. Do you think you will ever purposely access that mode? Shoto was curious about that state of hatred it had. The mode caused fear in everyone around Izuku when it happened. If I can help it, I would prefer not to. Izuku snapped two pieces back together. Saint's Demons is uncontrollable as far as I know. I don't want to access it and accidentally hurt someone again. After I cut Momo, I don't want to use it again. Izuku still carried guilt over the scar that seemed permanent on Momo's face. Shoto nodded. I wonder what that gold energy does. It's most likely an opposite of the Demons mode. They get triggered by opposite emotions. Izuku let energy flow into his arm and into the battery, charging it. I can make more of these with Momo for all the saints. He pointed to the gun. That would be a useful tool. Shoto nodded. Denki slid down the stairs. Hey, what's popping, guys? Fixing a gun. Izuku finished charging the battery and slipped it into the gun, locking it into place. The gun made a hissing sound. I think I did it. Izuku made some mold extend away from him and aimed the gun at it. He fired a few shots. Everything seems to be working. Izuku grinned. How long will you think it will take to make the parts for more with Yaoyorozu? Shoto asked. Izuku smacked himself over the head. Wait, I can literally just show her the schematics and blueprints, then she can create more, and all I have to do is charge them. He didn't even need to fix this one, really. Oh yeah. Denki laughed. I forget Yaoyorozu could make weapons like that. Wait, why do you need more? I was gonna make more for the class. Izuku answered. Awesome. Denki got excited. I would love a gun. I'm taking away your kill shot mode though. Izuku said. You are too trigger happy. I am not. Denki said. Wouldn't Kodai be the trigger happy one since she had your gun at USJ? I'm not trigger happy, Yui said, making it known that she had come down to the commons as well. She had my gun because that Nomu was chasing me down. Izuku said. Can't blame her for shooting the shit out of the thing. The Nomu still ignored a majority of the attacks until you went into Saint's Demons. Yui stated. It sucks I can't remember that fight because you guys describe it as insane. Dude, you had every single person frozen to their spot when you lost it. You gave off this really bad energy that screamed that people would die if they got in your way. Denki said. What are you guys talking about? Minoru came down the stairs with Aoyama and Hanta. My transformation. Izuku answered. Actually, now that we are on that Nomu, I should actually mention this. I was in purgatory right before you guys woke me up. Gramps said that dash. Well, let's wait for everyone to be here if you are about to drop some large news. Hanta said. Wait, what about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Izuku actually forgot for a minute that Melissa had been floating around the class all week. You know, I keep forgetting to be careful with her around. She could know very easily about this secret at this point. Yui pointed out. Yeah, we aren't really good at being discreet. Denki laughed. If she knew, I am pretty sure she would have confronted me. Izuku said. At that point, the door to the building opened and Melissa S.H.I.E.L.D. of all people entered. Hello, she said to the class. Hey. Denki did a single finger gun to Melissa. Midoriya, can we talk? Melissa asked. What's up? Izuku spun in his seat to face the blonde. I wanted to say it privately, but I guess they will ask immediately anyways. Melissa looked nervous. What is it? Izuku raised his eyebrow. I want an honest answer. Melissa said. Your powers. They aren't natural, are they? What do you mean by that? Izuku asked. Did she figure out his secret? Maybe Yui was right and he did suck at this. I first suspected it after Todoroki took that thing from the Nomu and suddenly had a power like yours. Melissa said. It was similar to yours, and I began to wonder if it wasn't just being in your presence that made powers upgrade, but actually you giving people powers on purpose. Then I wondered if you got yours the same way. Izuku had to admit they should have thought through the fact of Shoto's power gaining in front of Melissa being something that would definitely make her question this. Izuku looked at his classmates, then back at Melissa. I don't know why you would lie about it, but I assume you have your reasons for it, but at least let me know if I am right. I won't tell. Melissa pleaded. She really just wanted to know if she was right. Izuku studied Melissa's face. If you swear to not tell anyone. Izuku said. I swear. Melissa nodded. My powers come from the halo of the devil. Izuku answered as calmly as possible. Melissa looked insanely confused. Please don't joke about that. Not joking. I legitimately have Satan's halo. Izuku said. My gramps got it from a guy who bought it in hell, and I got it from him. I literally have demonic powers. Melissa still looked confused. How is? I was confused too. Denki spoke up. It's really. Melissa couldn't say a complete sentence. You swore to secrecy too, remember that? Izuku repeated. I'm not evil, but I do have his halo. That's, Melissa sat down, looking like she just stopped trying to think. We broke the hot scientist girl. Denki stated. You did what? Kyoka and Tinya both had come down the stairs at that moment. She knows now. Shoto said. It's a lot to take in. Melissa said. Does everyone else have halos? Nope. Just me. Everyone else has a medallion powered by their ancestor or such. Izuku answered. Should you really be trusting her with that much? Kyoka asked. I don't think anyone would even believe me. Melissa said. I will keep this a secret. I, however, have another question now. Shoot. Izuku said. Would it be fine if I extended the study of your powers? I will make sure the truth isn't revealed, but something like this? It would be the scientific study of a lifetime. Melissa explained. I can even help find ways to increase the potential of everyone. Izuku raised an eyebrow. He didn't expect her to want to be involved at this point. My guess? If you can keep my secret as long as possible, sure. Izuku said. Does this make her a saint? Minoru asked. Either a saint or an ally. Izuku shrugged. What does a saint do exactly? Melissa asked. Our generation of saints kick ass. Izuku answered. Heroes with a slightly different code. We do protect the innocent still. What is the slight differences? Melissa asked. I don't really care as much about the whole quirk usage law when I have the chance to protect someone. I see help that is needed and I give it. Izuku said. That's how we got Eri. I'm surprised Eri isn't already down here with you. Aoyama said as he brought the tea over that Shoto had started to make earlier. She's sleeping with Momo right now as far as I know. Izuku said. I put her there when I woke up early so I can do this. Izuku wiggled his gun. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. knows, I guess we can talk more about our Saints business and stuff more openly. Is there more to the Saints than I know? Melissa asked. Before I say anything, I gotta say this will be confusing and is definitely a big secret, Izuku stated. Melissa mentally prepared herself.
I'm listening.
After Izuku explained the timeline and Saints of old, she was quiet for a minute. Is it possible for me to join? Melissa asked. I don't have a quirk, but the Saints as you have them seem like a great team. I'm quirkless though. So? Izuku said.
I'm quirkless.
I only have one medallion left, so let me try to learn how to make more and you got it. I can help with that, Melissa said happily. What's being helped? Momo and Eri now came to the dorms, being the last one since Momo was helping Eri get ready for the day. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows about the Saints and is joining us. Izuku answered. How did Momo got cut off? We're not really good at secret keeping apparently. Denki shrugged. You guys really aren't. Katsuki said as he and Yui brought plates of food to the tables. Glowstick would just start saying things without checking for the scientist. Katsuki made a face like something was wrong. What's the face for? Mina asked. Katsuki sneezed hard, and when he did, fire erupted around him, gone in a flash. What the hell was that? Izuku said. I don't know. Katsuki said as he looked at himself confused. I felt like I had to sneeze, and then felt my energy did that. Your special ability? Yui guessed. Fire. Denki said. That's not really special with the boss and Todoroki having fire. Katsuki sneezed again, and electricity erupted around him. Don't take electricity just because Bai said that. Denki reacted to the sneeze. Stop sneezing, Hanta said as he rubbed his arm where he got shocked slightly. Katsuki took a step away from everyone. I'm not trying to. Katsuki sneezed again, and a blast of ice-cold air was sent around him. Izuku thought it was odd, but suddenly had a realization. Should I know what your ability is? Katsuki sneezed again, and fire erupted from him in a flash and was gone again. What is it? That buff ability my Gramps said the former boss had in that simulation. You can surround yourself with that energy probably. Izuku explained. Katsuki nodded. Let me try that. He was glad he didn't feel like sneezing again. He tried to make the energy do what it just was, and a cloak of fire surrounded him. I feel hot, but it doesn't burn me too bad. Katsuki tried to hold it as long as he can, but it ended after 10 seconds. Looks like I have a limit on how long I can hold it. Let's not test that anymore in the comments. Kyoka said. Do you all have random new abilities? Melissa asked. Not everyone. Tenya asked. Which sucks. Denki said. I'd like a special ability where I can fly or shoot lasers from my eyes. My special ability is momentary steroids. Ijiro pointed out. You can one-shot people. Denki said. You have super strength. Minoru pointed out. When the whole class has super strength, it kind of just makes it strength. Denki argued. Our quirks are still affected by the powers. Tsuyu added. Mineta had stronger balls. Shuji has better sensing and can make more limps at a time. Aoyama can use the power to charge his shots. Valid point, I guess. Denki replied. Hey guys, since we are all here, I actually have something to talk about, and it is serious. Izuku said. Everyone got quiet and looked at him. The Nomu, it had a medallion like ours. Someone else has access to the same kind of powers as us. When I was in Purgatory, Gramps said that this, along with the fact that my glasses were actually broken means, and that the Nomu flipped at hearing me call myself a saint means we have enemies, either demonic or from the old timeline. Who hates the saints the most? Mashireo asked. We can start there and work downwards. Izuku paused for a second to think. Seeing as how some of you guys come from the other gangs, that takes them off of the list. It could be any of the others really. Deckers I doubt because Miller joined the Saints, and so did Vice King's leader King. If I had to guess off of my head on who hates the former Saints the most, it could be Stag. Anyone from there really, since everyone in Stag hated the Saints bad. Which was Stag again? Minoru asked. High-tech military-like group, made to get rid of the Saints and other gangs that were in Steelport. Izuku answered. It wouldn't be surprising to me. We have to watch out then. Yui said. The sports festival is also dangerous then. Momo stated. They will see the saints there and have our location. PSSH boss killed the Nomu, and it's clearly this league of villains that have connections to the old timeline. Denki said. We're supposed to be saints anyways. Katsuki pointed out. Loud and proud. It would be okay to just hide some of our abilities at most then. Shoto said. That way if whoever is with the League of Villains is watching they won't know everything to expect. No special abilities. Momo stated. As much as I know everyone wants to show off everything the Saints can do, we can't show every trucking our bags if we know someone is against us and watching. They will know our moves, and we would have to fight blindly. But Denki tried to argue. No, she is right. Izuku cut him off. You guys still have moves that are unknown. You can use the base abilities of strength and speed, and it will look like you just work out more. If you have unique tricks from the powers, it actually wouldn't be wise to show them as much as we want to. So will you also keep tricks hidden? Katsuki asked. Pretty much every trick in my library is known to some extent. Some aren't as well known as others, so I will stick with my basic stuff like my green blast and such. I won't use more if I can help it. Izuku was disappointed that he couldn't be the major showboat he had planned on being. We're still saints and will steal the show. Damn right. Katsuki nodded. If they are watching the sports festival like we think, they might make note of everyone who is a saint if they have such hate for us. Nito pointed out. Were the saints that big in the other timeline? Melissa asked. The boss before me got elected president of the United States. Izuku said. After becoming the ruling gang of one city and doing a takeover of another city and fighting and defeating a high-tech military group. We'll be bigger. Katsuki stated. By conquering Russia? Izuku nodded. Are you on that joke again? Momo asked with a sigh. Joke? Izuku gave the creation user an odd look. I think that falls under unheroic acts. Meza said. It'll be a fun bonding trip if we ever actually did it. Izuku said. Sadly, we aren't invaders. If the Nomu had its own unique blast, should we assume that the villains have more unique powers, or just that one? Tsuyu asked. What's a Nomu? Eri asked. Big Bird's evil jacked-up cousin. Izuku answered. It doesn't like us, but it's gone now. If they made that one to kill All Might, can't we also assume that more can be made? Yui asked. They probably thought that the one Nomu could defeat All Might, but since you killed it, they might make more. Yeah. Ijiro nodded. If they see a random kid defeat it, they would think it was too weak and make more stronger ones. But they also have to know by now that we are saints, and they don't like the saints. We don't even know how complicated it was to make that one. Nito said. It could be complex and take years. Or easy now that they know how to do it. Izuku tapped the table. If they did it before, there is a chance they could make another Nomu. That thing could only be killed by you when you were in a transformation triggered by you losing your shit. Katsuki pointed out. We can't wait until you snap a fight to kill anymore. I need to get better control of my demonic mode then. Izuku replied. I have to be able to access it on command, and I need to learn how to gain control. Are you planning on doing that before or after the sports festival? Ijiro asked. After. Izuku said. Until the sports festival, I want to work on my other stuff, like learning how to make more of these medallions. Plus, I need to find a way to get mad without getting too mad so I can learn how it is properly triggered and learn to copy that trigger into something I can control myself. Class begins soon. Toru said. So you all better eat. Katsuki said as he grabbed some eggs. Don't waste our cooking. You're a great den mother. Denki said, and immediately got nailed on his forehead with the blind end of a fork from Katsuki. Fuck you. Katsuki said as he got a new fork. You guys really can't stop swearing around Eri, can you? Tsuyu gave Katsuki a look, as well as Izuku. I don't even think she is listening anymore. Izuku said as he indicated to Eri, who was holding Izuku's phone he had given her to play with. Doesn't matter. Momo gave Izuku the same irritated look Tsuyu had. She is a small child and doesn't need to hear that language. I have gotten a little better at not swearing. Izuku said. Get a lot better. Momo responded. You should hear what Denki said in front of her. Izuku did not plan on saying it. Wait, no. Denki panicked. That was a slip. A stupid slip. Mina said flatly. Izuku turned to Melissa. If you are extending your stay, does that mean the tech stays also? Melissa nodded. It would stay with me. Excellent. Is it possible to use that stuff to see exactly how the medallion works so I can learn to replicate it? Izuku asked. Melissa nodded again. I don't see why not. All right, let's look into that after class later. Izuku grinned. On the way to class, Momo stopped Izuku, letting the class go on ahead of them. What's up? Izuku asked. You remember that my mom wants you to escort me back to their estate tomorrow, right? Momo asked. She was hoping that the event would be a chance for Izuku to just say the obvious on what was going on in between them. I remember. Izuku answered. What time do we go tomorrow? My mother said she would like if we arrive tomorrow at noon so she can spend some time with me beforehand. Momo answered. She also said to make sure you have a tuxedo because she doesn't want a hoodlum at the event. I mean, she already called me one, so no matter what, at this point there will be one. Izuku said. At least get something nice. I can help pay for it. She offered. Nah. Izuku patted the pocket that had his wallet. Remember, I got inheritance from Gat. How much did you get exactly? Momo asked in curiosity. A lot. Izuku answered vaguely. I can honestly be a bum the rest of my life, and so can any of my kids, and their kids maybe. That is a lot. Momo nodded. Welp, let's get to class, I guess. Izuku said as they began to walk again. Classes that day were uneventful compared to the last few days. No hero course training, no major announcements from Aizawa. The other classes from general studies still have them dirty looks in the halls and at lunch, but it was nothing that bothered them. Melissa had been told of the fact that Aizawa, Nizu, and All Might, all three, also knew Izuku's secret and the truth of the saints, and they were told of her now knowing. Niza had allowed the idea of Melissa prolonging her stay since she said she wanted to help everyone understand how the powers all work. All Might had confirmed he no longer has to release his muscular form to those of the saints that actually knew of his secret, saying he might not ever have to leave it. The staff at UA, who were also aware of the truth of All Might's illness, were told that he had made a remarkable recovery but weren't told of how it happened exactly. The class had just returned to the dorms, and Izuku spoke privately to Tsuyu. Can we still do that lesson today? Izuku asked. I really don't want to mess this up. The frog girl nodded. Yep. I am free this evening to teach you. Excellent. I am going to talk with Melissa for a bit to take the first steps in making a new medallion that I would like to learn. Izuku spoke as he began to go find the blonde scientist in training. Finding her in the commons with some of the others, he cut right to the chase. Want to go check on the medallion now, Shield? Izuku asked as he got her attention. Melissa nodded as she got up. Yep. I'm excited now that I know what it really is. I'm going to go get it and be at your room in a minute, Izuku said as he went for the stairs. Katsuki focused the energy and tried to make two different elements surround him at the same time. Fire flashed across his body, and as a spark of electricity crossed his shoulder, blood began to pour from his nose, and the fire burned like it would normally burn someone.
Ah shit.
Katsuki cursed as Shoto made a layer of ice around Katsuki to get rid of the fire. I don't think you can do two at a time, Shoto said calmly. I fucking figured. Katsuki cursed as he tried to heat back up. Your power probably only backs up your resistance to whatever element is currently being used, Yui said, not liking that Katsuki had pink spots from the fire. That, and I have a cooldown of 20 seconds every time I use anything, Katsuki added, rubbing his hands. I am sure that with practice it will get better, Yui said, trying to not have Katsuki get a sour mood. Katsuki nodded. Just like your bubble, which is what we should work on. Yui shook her head.
No.
You just gained your ability, so we should focus on that. Katsuki held a straight face. Princess, you're nice and all, but you won't win this. Your ability is more of a priority since it has more application group-wise than mine. If a group event happens at the sports festival, your shield will be more help than me making myself a candle. Yui made a look like she wanted to argue. To Shoto, this was a little bizarre. Katsuki had asked him to accompany the two while he tested his ability in case something bad happened. He hasn't seen much emotion before from Yui except situations where Katsuki were involved, and Katsuki always out her first even if he wasn't aware of it. Had something happened since USJ between the two? It wasn't his business really, but it was still something that made him think.
Fine.
Yui said after she and Katsuki stared at each other for a few seconds, each trying to get the other to agree with them. But later we have to work on yours. After your ability and some more practice of your form first, Katsuki stated. Before Yui could say anything, Katsuki looked at Shoto. Popsicle, you're good to go, I guess. Are you sure you don't want me to stay in case you set yourself on fire again? The Ice and Fire teen asked. Yeah, I doubt I will set myself on fire again. I'm not going to try to have two active at the same time again, at least for a while. Katsuki responded. Okay. Shoto nodded and began to leave for the dorms. All right, let's work on your bubble princess, Katsuki said as he turned to face the quiet girl. Yui nodded and had the cloak surround her. So what does this mean? Izuku asked as he looked at the screen in front of him and Melissa. The energy seems to have a core in the middle of it that has energy that is potent. Melissa was jotting down notes. I figured a core was in there or something, Izuku said as he was thinking. So what makes up this core exactly? My gramps said he made these, but expects me to make more on my own. This is the last one not in someone. The energy is really strong, Melissa started as she looked at the machine again. Nizu had allowed a lot of lab equipment to be brought in for Melissa when she was first left to watch Izuku's powers the week before. Her room looking like her very own lab with only a small bed to let anyone know she slept here. With the equipment I have here, I can't go as in-depth as needed with the medallion. And that sucks, Izuku said. Wait, what about this bad boy? He took off his necklace. Gramps made this as something that has its own energy like the medallions. The necklace? Melissa asked in surprise as she held it. It has energy like the medallions? Yep. Izuku nodded. After a minute with the necklace being looked at, Melissa turned to Izuku. No, they don't. What do you mean, no? Izuku was pretty sure Gat did make them with energy. It has energy, but it is not close to the medallion. It, if anything, seems opposite. Melissa explained. Not necessarily opposite, but like it only has half of what makes the energy in the medallion. How is that? Oh. Izuku remembered that Gat didn't actually make the sunglasses or necklace. He asked God to have them made for Izuku. What? Melissa wondered what Izuku was remembering. The medallions are a middle energy. Izuku realized what happened. The necklace and my sunglasses were a gift from my gramps, but he asked God for them to be made. They have what I guess we can call angelic energy, while the medallions have angelic and demonic energy. Melissa nodded in understanding. The two energies must be put together in such a way that they make a continuous stream, and that's way they can recharge. We just need a way to mix the two energies. Izuku stopped thought for a second. Everyone already has the mixture, so shouldn't that work? Just have someone pour in the good stuff to a new medallion? Izuku asked. It's possible. If we have an object we want to test that on, and someone willing to test it with, we can see. Melissa nodded. Izuku turned on his phone. Someone will be here in a sec. I'm asking for a plane user though in case special powers mess with things. Hanta walked into the room holding the coin he was asked to bring. I'm here, boss. Excellent. Izuku jumped off of the desk he was sitting on. Okay, so the just is we have a guest to test on the energy, and it involves having someone with the basic stuff try to pour energy into whatever is the next new item, which for us is the quarter you brought. Hanta nodded. Gotcha, boss. So do you want me to put the coin in one of these machines? Melissa nodded and patted the one next to her. This way I can watch it on the screen and see if the energy goes in correctly and record the process for future medallions. Hanta nodded as he went to out the coin in its spot. You fell into the spot of the Saint Scientist girl really quick. Melissa blushed. It's all odd to me and I am surprised how well I am actually doing with this all. I was confused at first also, but the boss is a cool dude, so I am going with it. Hanta said.
Yeah, I'm cool.
Izuku remarked. Okay, so I just try to put my energy in it? Hanta asked to make sure as he left a single finger on the coin. Ma'am. Melissa nodded as she turned in her seat to look at her screen. All right, here goes. Hanta pulled on his energy and floated to the coin. Everything was going smoothly for a few seconds before the coin started sparking and released a blast that sent all three kids to the ground and turned off the power to the room. What just happened? Izuku groaned as he picked his head up. Melissa got up and moved to her computer. The power went out, so I don't know if the process's recording was kept. Well shit, did we turn off the whole building? Izuku asked as he went to the door. Hanta, are you cool? I'm fine, boss. Hanta poked his finger that was in the coin earlier. I feel like I got shocked, but I'm good. Izuku nodded and stepped into the hall, seeing that the lights were all out. I think we turned off the power. Why did it do that? Hanta asked. I won't have answers until the power is on. Right now all I have is a guess that it didn't flow right and the two energies must have reacted negatively to each other. Melissa guessed as she found her notepad using her phone's light and started writing. Two energies? Hanta asked. Demonic and angelic. Izuku said. It's been theorized that the medallions have a perfect mixture that keeps it from never reaching zero and such. Fumikage walked around the corner, seen by his yellow eye. What happened? We all heard a boom, and then the power went out. So the power is completely out? Izuku sighed. Man, we are gonna get yelled at. What did you do? Fumikage asked. We tried a test to make more medallions. Hanta answered. The power suddenly flickered back on, blinding Izuku and Fumikage on their demonic eyes slightly. Well, the power is back. Izuku commented. I shall tell everyone what happened. Fumikage turned around to go back to the comments. Let's see if we can find out what happened. Izuku said to Hanta as they went back to Melissa's room and lab. Melissa was typing on her computer to check the files. What's the word? Izuku asked. I still have the recording thankfully right up until the coin had a backlash. Melissa answered. It seems like the two energies split away once they entered the coin and did react negatively to each other. Once the energy left zero, it's like they wanted to not be together. Izuku cupped his chin. It is angelic and demonic energy. Maybe it's like magnets, somewhat where they can't be just expected to get along. But your grandpa did it for multiple medallions, as did some other people. Hanta pointed out. Izuku made a face like he was deep in thought. After a few seconds he spoke. Maybe, and this is a complete theory, but what if the two energia aren't just one like we were guessing when they are in the medallions and the people? They are flowed together to work as one, and we have to have someone work both sides into flowing together. Melissa thought about the theory. That might work. However, in that case, we would need someone with a pure demonic energy and someone with a pure angelic energy. Everyone has mixtures. Well shit. Izuku said. You don't. Hanta looked at his leader. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Hanta. Dude, think about it. Hanta said. Satan's halo started off as an angelic energy, and when he became the devil, all evil and stuff is when it became evil. You have that demonic form from the black stuff in your veins, and we all guess an angelic mode possibly from the gold stuff. Both seem completely opposite and not mixed together. You can be one of the halves. I can only be demonic right now. Izuku pointed out. I haven't accessed the gold form yet. I also can't control the demonic stuff yet. So that means we will have to wait until you gain more control, Melissa said. Which is lame. Izuku sighed. He really wanted to have more medallions, but now he had to wait. He grabbed the last medallion. Shield, you have everything you could with this thing, right? Melissa nodded. I have scanned it and a few other things, yes. I got everything I think I could have. Izuku nodded, before putting the medallion in front of Melissa, letting her have the chance to take it. You earned it. Melissa looked surprised, but took the medallion regardless. A few seconds later, the medallion glowed purple and poured itself into Melissa like the previous medallions had done for the other saints. It finished and Melissa felt like she had way more energy than before she had it. Welcome to the saints. Izuku smiled. Melissa smiled back. Thanks for letting me have the opportunity. You can probably ask Nizu if you can stay here with us for a lot longer as a sort of support student. The department would probably love you. Izuku offered. They actually do. Melissa admitted. Excellent. We need a scientist to actually increase our intelligence. Izuku laughed. If I am now your guys gear person, I do already have some ideas for some of you, Melissa said as she got up and opened a drawer filled with schematics. Wow, that's a lot, Hanta remarked. Melissa gained a flustered look. I don't have a quirk, so I decided not be a help by being a scientist and gear maker. I made these as way to pass time. Izuku picked one up and saw it was for Minoru, a gun to help him get his balls around. These are cool. Melissa blushed. Is this me? Hanta asked as he held one. Gauntlets? They would shoot your tape quicker and cut them off, so you don't have to waste time yourself cutting the tape. Melissa explained. Awesome. Hanta grinned. I like it already. Melissa blushed. Thanks. Izuku checked the time. Hey, I gotta go do something. This was a good afternoon of progress, and we should definitely continue this when I get more control. He left the room. See you, Midoriya. Melissa waved. Bye, boss. Hanta waved as well. He turned back to the blonde scientist. So how can I get this soon? Later, after Izuku had another dance lesson with Tsuyu, he was in the commons with Nito and Ijiro when he remembered something.
Afuk.
Izuku smacked his head. What's wrong? The bandaged redhead asked. I need a tux. Izuku sighed. She told me this morning, and I haven't gotten one. Who? Nito asked. Yaoyorozu? You guys finally are a thing? Ijiro asked.
No.
Izuku responded. Her mom said that she wants her daughter to have an escort back to their estate for this thing involving their company, and Momo told me that her mom said I gotta be in a tux. She doesn't want a hoodlum there. We have like an hour before curfew, man. Ijiro looked at the clock on the wall. Well, I gotta rush then. Izuku stood up. Nito, you own really nice clothing. Where do I go for a nice tux? Nito started typing on his phone. You are going to run it, aren't you? Izuku started to do leg stretches. Hell yeah, I am gonna run it. I take it you are texting me the address? Yes. Nito nodded as he sent the message. Good luck. We believe in you. Ijiro gave a thumbs up. Thanks. Izuku shouted as he ran out of the door at a fast speed. A tired Katsuki and a completely exhausted Yui walked into the commons. Why did Glowstick just run out of here really fast? Katsuki asked as he went to the kitchen. Getting himself a tux. Nito answered. For what? Katsuki asked as he came back with 2 bottles of water, handing one to Yui who had sat on the couch. He's going with Yaoyorozu to her estate this weekend for a thing. Tix was needed, and he forgot to get one till now. Nito explained. So does this mean they are finally done acting like they aren't already dating? Katsuki asked. Hopefully. Ijiro said. It feels annoying at this point, and Toru really wants another couple to go on double dates with. Nito looked at Ijiro like he was offended. Me and Kyo are dating. That is a valid point. Ijiro said. Hey, when do your bandages come off? Katsuki asked Ijiro. Ijiro put a hand to his bandaged face. I was actually told that starting tomorrow I can have them off completely. Why not now? Katsuki asked. Unless you need a final checkup. Final checkup with Recovery Girl, and then they come off. Toru has been saying she wants it to be a big reveal for the class since my injuries have taken almost the longest to heal. Ijiro then looked at Nito. Except for your chest. I still have another few days. Nito sighed. Honestly can't wait to stop wearing these baggy clothes and go back to my normal clothing. USJ definitely left a mark on the Saints, didn't it? Ijiro chuckled. I'm a burn victim. You were almost shark bait. Tokoyami has a demon eye now. Aoyama has that scar on his collarbone. Yaoyorozu has her own also. Don't forget the boss having lost a finger, his wings, and his normal left eye. Katsuki added. He also got stabbed in the chest. Nito pointed out. Dude took a beating. Ijiro commented. At that moment Achiko and Denki came downstairs. Hey. Denki greeted everyone. What's up? Just chatting. Katsuki yawned from his spot on the couch by Yui, who was close to falling asleep. Nice. Where is boss man? Denki asked. He's out. Ijiro answered. He'll be back before curfew though. Eri wanted him. Achiko said. She hasn't seen him since classes let out. I'll let him know she wants him. Nito got on his phone to let Izuku know. Hey, since Shield joined the Saints and is staying here longer, do you think it would be wise to try to get a date with her? Denki asked. Achiko raised an eyebrow. Really? Dude, let her get settled before you do anything. Ijiro said. So I should wait? Denki nodded. Alrighty. Hanta slid down the stairs. Guys, I think Shield is awesome. Denki looked threatened for a second. How? Dude, she is gear schematics for some of us. Hanta said. After that test that we ended up shutting off the power, I hung out with her. Girl's a genius. Do you have a crush? Katsuki asked, not wanting any conflict between Hanta and Denki. Hanta looked confused.
No.
She's just cool. Plus I already caught those things called feelings for someone else. Oh. Ijiro raised an eyebrow. Go on. Hanta looked at everyone in the area. Is Mina around? I felt like even mentioning feelings enough summons her like Beetlejuice. Let's test it, Katsuki said.
With what?
Hanta said. Katsuki replied with a shout. I think I have romantic feelings for someone. A thump was heard upstairs, and then what sounded like heavy and fast steps. Mina flew down the stairs. You what? The pink girl had a shocked and intense look aimed at the explosive teen. Yui was also now paying attention as well. Hey, it is like Beetlejuice. Hanta laughed. Who? Mina started shaking Katsuki. Katsuki got Mina to let go of him. I don't. We were just testing your Beetlejuice-ness. Mina had an intense look at the tired blonde. She studied him for signs of deceit. I'm watching you, Bakugo. Mess with me, and I will tell your crush you like him, Katsuki said. Mina looked surprised. What? How do you dash? I saw a look you gave him when you thought no one was looking, Katsuki said. Mina wanted to say it was funny that Katsuki noticed her crush she had hidden well, but can't notice the girl who was almost always around him had a crush on him. She didn't say it, but she would be a liar if it didn't almost slip. Hanta has a crush, though, Achiko added. Mina looked at the tape saint. Go on. I can handle it myself, Hanta said. Get yourself a man before you get involved in what others are doing. I can get myself a man.
Mina boasted.
So tell the guy you like him. Katsuki yawned and leaned back into the couch. It is well hidden, so it'll be a curve ball to him, but tell the guy. How about you get yourself a girl? Mina said. Don't give relationship advice if you aren't in one. You can't either then. Ijiro pointed out. Only me, Monoma, Toru and Jiro can at this point. And soon Glowstick and Spiky Hair. Katsuki added. Mina looked at him confused. Wait, what? Are they going on a date finally? Not a date, Nito said. But pretty much. They'll definitely get together finally. Ijiro nodded. Mina's eyes gleamed. I have work to do. She ran up the stairs. We might have done something bad just now, Hanta said as he sat down. It was funny to see Katsuki lie and make Mina flip though. Achiko grinned. Yeah, that was funny. Ijiro nodded. Katsuki looked at Yui, who had went back to falling asleep. He felt like he wasn't actually lying when he said that anymore. Momo had jumped from her spot brushing Eri's hair when a loud banging happened at her door. Yamamo. Mina's voice shouted. Open up, it's an emergency. Momo got confused as she rushed to the door and yanked it open to see what the problem was, just to see Mina with a few bags of what looked like makeup and some of her dresses. How is this an emergency? This is an emergency of love, Mina said as she entered the room. You have a date tomorrow? Momo got more confused. I don't have a date tomorrow. Yes, you do.
Mina disagreed.
With Midori. Do you mean my return to my estate this weekend? Momo asked.
Yes. Mina geled.
It is a date. It is not a date. Momo's face was turning red. What is a date? Eri asked. Something two people who really like each other go on to get closer. Mina said. It's what Midori and Yamamo have tomorrow. It is not a date. Momo sighed. Mother doesn't want Mai to be unguarded after USJ and had made Izuku an escort for tomorrow. Mina made a face. I don't believe it is just that. She knows about that connection you both have. She wouldn't purposely do that with those intentions. Momo stated. She might not, but wouldn't you like it if this was supposed to be something? Mina asked. You can't say that not even a tiny bit of you would like this to be something more for you and Midori. Momo pursed her lips. She didn't want to let Mina be right, but the pink girl was definitely right. What are you even planning? Girl, you have to look perfect for this.
Mina exclaimed.
She began to pull out things from the bag. I am putting this all here, and we are going to make sure you look so good that Midori becomes a drooling idiot. Mina, it's not till tomorrow. Momo tried to stop the girl before she attacked Momo with blush. I know.
Mina replied.
I am just trying to get mentally prepared for the biggest matchmaking test of my life. That's a bit dramatic. Momo tried to put some stuff back in the bag, getting her hand swatted by Mina. It was really overdramatic since it was obvious that Izuku liked Momo and vice versa. I might be, but it's you guys. The two that went feral on the villains when they thought the other was dead at USJ. You two are definitely something to be overdramatic about. You almost died? Eri asked Momo. I got hurt. Momo nodded. However, Izuku was there to protect me.
Eri nodded.
Izu is good at that. He is. Momo agreed. Away from the living on Midori moment and back to this. Mina snapped her fingers to get Momo's attention back. We are going over everything you can wear tomorrow and how you can have your hair and everything. Momo tried to think of a way out of this and sighed when she couldn't. Then she remembered Eri. I am watching Eri right now. Mina had a smug look, like she knew that Momo would pull the Eri card. Nice try, but I have someone on standby for this very thing. She opened the door to the room and yelled down the hall to the other girl on the 5th floor. Hey, Jiro. Kyoka sighed as she unplugged her earphones and walked to Momo's room. Sorry, Momo. I am kinda on her side. On what? Momo asked. You and Midoriya are too dumb to just tell each other anything, so I agreed to watch Eri while Ashido does her whole thing. Kyoka explained. Yep.
Mina nodded.
So you were trapped. Did you think to ask Eri if she would even be alright with this? Momo asked. Want to learn how to play the drums? Mina asked Eri. What are drums? Eri asked. I can show you. Kyoka offered a hand to Eri to guide her. Eri looked at Momo in conflict. This is helping Midori in the long run. Mina tried to convince Eri. Eri looked at Momo again. Momo decided to just go along with what Mina was saying because Mina did have a point a little bit. Eri, it's fine. Kyoka is really fun. Eri nodded and grabbed some of Kyoka's fingers as she followed her. Mina had a smile as she turned to Momo. Let's start with dresses. It's 1 minute till UA gates close. Nito commented as he grabbed a card from the deck. He'll make it. Ijiro said. He has super speed. Wanna bet on it? Hanta asked as he checked his cards. We're not allowed to gamble, remember? Achiko said. +4 Nito. Nito sighed as he grabbed 4 more cards. The gambling tile was made directly for the boss though. Denki took his turn to use a red skip card on Ijiro.
Sheep.
The rule applies to everyone. Katsuki said from another table where he was tinkering with one of his gauntlets. You know, if one of us is allowed to gamble, and Glowstick finds out, he will start gambling himself. Does he have a bad gambling problem? Ijiro asked. Nito nodded. He picked it up after a month from Gat. His Mima, however, made a goal to not have him be as into it as he normally was. Yaoyorozu is just keeping that going. It wasn't bad, but it was definitely a problem. He is kinda lucky he got that problem after he found out he had like infinite money from Gat. Katsuki said. Infinite money? Achiko raised an eyebrow. He mentioned it the other day. Hanta said. He has this wallet from his gramps that has all of the wages he made in hell, and apparently he made a lot. How much? Denki was curious on how loaded Izuku was. Izuku doesn't know. Nito answered. Just said that he doesn't have to get a job in life if he didn't want to. A crash happened outside the door and everyone stared at it for a second before it was opened by Izuku, who was breathing heavily and had a bag. I made it. Izuku cheered for himself. Nice. Ijiro grinned. So did you get yourself a good one? Of course I did. Izuku said. It's nice and purple. Naturally. Achiko dropped another +4 on Nito, who looked annoyed at the action. So you ran the entire way? Nito asked his close friend. I actually hoped to cross building tops for a bit. Izuku crashed on a couch. Emma, chill here for a sec. Some people left for home over the weekend. Katsuki spoke up. Froggy, glasses, arms, Frenchie and tail. That's cool. Izuku waved the information off. Did they say when they might be back? Nope. They said before Monday, but that's it. Katsuki grunted as he pushed 2 parts of his gauntlet back together only for them to break. Fucking damn it. Hey, the scientist is interested in gear and shit, right? Yep. She's pretty good. Hanta stated. I'm going to ask her about this shit then tomorrow. Katsuki grumbled as he dropped the screwdriver he had. What were you trying to do? Izuku sat back up. I wanted to see if I can make this thing smaller. My new ability makes me a little faster during it, and I would like a new higher base speed now that I can get faster. Katsuki explained. Are we resistant to your ability? Izuku asked. I don't think that you are. Katsuki answered. Well, the former boss and his homies were resistant to his buff. Izuku said. Yes, but that was in a simulation. Nito pointed out. It's still possible. Izuku answered. Like it could feel our energy signatures from the other medallions and my halo, and not harm us. That sounds kind of stupid. Well, Julius made the ability for that medallion, so he might have put that in so it wouldn't be an issue. Izuku shrugged. Try it with me. He stood up. Katsuki got up also. It's your fault if you get set on fire. I'm already hot. Fire won't do nothing. Izuku grinned. Katsuki activated his buff ability and fire surrounded him in a cloak. He walked up to Izuku and put his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku stared at the hand. Feels warm but nah, doesn't burn. Suddenly the fire also surrounded Izuku in his own cloak. Whoa. Izuku waved his arms to see that the fire was an actual cloak like Katsuki's. Maybe you have the extra ability of passing your cloak on to others if you want. Achiko mused. Katsuki tested it by trying to pass the fire to Denki, who gained his own cloak. Wow, this is so cool, Denki said. Katsuki's timer ran out on his ability and his cloak dissipated, and so did Izuku's and Denki's. Oh man, I like that. Denki missed his cloak. Okay, so my buff is able to give other people buffs and they lose theirs when my timer is done. Katsuki noted. Hey dude, that means with your lightning element, if you learn how to shoot it, and have others do that, you could make a big circuit. Izuku pointed out. That would be neat to see at the sports festival if we weren't already planning on being low-key with some of our cooler tricks. It would be cool. Katsuki nodded. Well, I'm going to check on Eri and then call the night. Izuku made for the stairs. See ya, guys. Izuku knocked on Momo's door to have Mina, for some odd reason, opened it, but only a crack to look at him. Busy, Midori. Go away. Mina said. I'm just in checking on Eri. Izuku said. She is with Jiro down the hall. Mina closed the door. Izuku blinked at the interaction he just had with Mina. Why was the pink girl even in Momo's room? Izuku shrugged it off and went to check on the girl who had become like a daughter to him. Going and knocking on the door, he waited for a second before Kyoka opened it. Hey Izuku. Kyoka said. Izu. Eri shouted as she rushed past Kyoka and latched onto Izuku.
Hey Eri.
The saint smiled. He looked back up at Kyoka. So what is up with Mina? I went to Momo's room looking for this one, and Mina was being secretive. Sworn to secrecy. Kyoka answered. I asked Eri to not say anything either.
Eri nodded.
She bribed me with candy. Izuku looked at Kyoka. Please tell me you didn't give my 6-year-old candy right at curfew. Your 6-year-old? Kyoka repeated his words. Wow, you really have become a dad. You're gonna tell everyone, aren't you? Izuku asked. You say that like they don't already think the same. Kyoka smirked. Izuku held a blank look. I don't know what response to give. She learned the beginning of how to play the drums. Kyoka went with a subject change. I know what a cymbal is.
Eri smiled.
That's cool. Izuku grinned. I think you should thank the super awesome music lady for the lessons. Thanks, super awesome music lady Jiro. Eri had a big smile that was infectious to both Izuku and Kyoka. See you, Izuku. Kyoka waved as Izuku and Eri left. See you tomorrow, Kyoka. Izuku waved. Bye, music lady Jiro.
Eri waved.
Okay, so how much candy did you eat? Izuku looked at Eri. Music lady Jiro said that I was going to get it tomorrow. Eri admitted. Are you taking my candy? Izuku shook his head. I don't like that you got bribed with candy, but I guess you can keep it since you haven't broken the bribe. But don't take bribes anymore.
Eri nodded.
Okay. Izuku opened the door to his room. Tomorrow I have to go to a thing. The thing Momo was talking about? Eri asked as she sat at Izuku's desk in her favorite spinning chair. She mentioned it? Izuku asked. She told me that she wouldn't be able to play tomorrow because she had to go home for a thing. Eri spun in the seat. Yep. Izuku nodded. I'm taking her to it. So you can't play tomorrow? Eri asked, looking upset about that. I can play in the morning. Izuku plopped onto his bed. Why not now? Eri asked. It's almost time for you to sleep, Eri. Izuku yawned. I'm not tired, Eri stated. How? Izuku was wondering how he, someone with loads of energy, was tired but a 6-year-old wasn't. I don't know. Eri spun the chair again. Izuku sighed. Want to see if Katsuki wants to play with you while I get some sleep? Okay. Eri nodded as they both left for the commons. Katsuki was thankfully still in the commons, as was everyone who was still playing cards, as well as Kyoka now. Hey guys. Izuku made his entrance to the commons known. Sup boss? Ijiro said as he put a card down. Go again. Hanta dropped a reverse on Ijiro. No you. Ijiro dropped another reverse. Hanta smirked as he dropped another reverse card. No you. Ijiro lost his smug look and looked annoyed as he had to grab more cards, no longer having that color. Can you play with Eri while I sleep, Dynamite? Izuku asked Katsuki, who was on his gaming system now. Sure. Little Horn want to learn how to play this. Katsuki held up the remote. Yeah. Eri got excited and climbed up the couch to join Katsuki. She'll be fine, Glowstick, Katsuki said. Go sleep. Izuku gave a thumbs up as he left to go back upstairs. Izuku was in a destroyed city again. It was destroyed like before and fire was everywhere, much more fire than before. He could hear things now, and it sounded like an all-out war was happening. Ah! Izuku fell to his knees when his chest started to burn with intensity. After a few seconds, it wasn't as bad and he could now stand back up. He could see the center of what was a crater and two figures standing across from each other. One was surrounded by fire and darkness. The other was surrounded by a mixture of golden and black light with purple. This is where I will destroy you, damned saints. The figure in the flames yelled with force. This is where I put an end to your terror. The glowing figure said as weapons appeared in his hands, a sword of fire and a golden shield. The two figures clashed and Izuku's chest burned much hotter than before. H. Izuku screamed as he jumped up again, covered in cold sweat. It was a dream. He should know that. But why did it all feel so real? Why did his chest hurt every time? He looked out the window to see it was still dark out. He should go back to sleep, but he didn't know if he could. Would he have another weird dream? Izuku shook his shoulders as he laid back down, hoping he would find the meaning of these dreams. Chisaki had more intense focus than he had given to many things in his life. That medallion he was given was definitely powerful. Whatever power it had was something he couldn't believe was now in him. He looked at the charred hole he had just made in the wall and grinned. If what that masked man said to him was true, then there are others out there with similar powers that oppose him and the alliance he had just made. Perhaps he can design a drug to rid their adversaries of their powers. Chapter 20. /n. I don't own MHA. Wow, it has been a good minute since I updated this. Sorry guys, I won't lie, I got heavily distracted by the other 5 stories I got. I should really work out a better updating schedule than the randomness I currently work with. Quirk name, Saint's Flow. Abilities, Halo Veins. When activating his quirk, Izuku gains 2 sets of glowing lines that loosely resemble a nervous system all over his body. One set is lime green while the other is a dark violet. When his quirk is turned off all the way, the glowing lines, which Izuku has nicknamed Halo Veins, have faded out mint green and in faded out light violet glows to them. Super Strength. Unknown limit but allows to jump around at incredible distances. Increased durability as result. Can channel more energy to attacks to give more power but can result in pain or injury for Izuku. Super Speed. Currently can run at max speed of 120 km per hour. 33.3 meters per second. Healing ability. Can focus energy to heal self faster and others, but can leave the Izuku is used on tired after. Can give headaches if used too much in a short time. Blast. Charges up energy that user can throw like a projectile with different effects. Green Blast. Energy forms into a green ball that when it is thrown breaks upon impact with force and sends a small shockwave of force that pushes everything slightly away from where it hits. Supercharged Green Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a green blast that can multiply its effects, can strain his arm and make his arm unusable for a bit if strained too hard. Requires 2 hands. Supreme Green Blast. Izuku uses different flowing strands of green energy that he shoots out simultaneously that create a green blast that has the power of 40 green blasts combined. Extremely dangerous to use, as even the slightest bit of a misstep could result in the energy releasing early in Izuku's arm and injuring it gravely. Purple Blast. Energy forms into a purple ball surrounded by purple flames. Flames do not burn user and burn out in a flash once blast impacts something. Flames disappear instantly but do burn anything near where the blast impacts. Supercharged Purple Blast. Izuku forces more energy into a purple blast that can multiply its effects. If used too often in a shirt span, it too overloaded with energy can lead to danger for burning his arms. Requires 2 hands. Mold. Blue energy that can be held like a solid object and molded into many things. Dense but lightweight. Can be used to bring things closer to Izuku or swing from object to object. If used for too long, or the mold takes damage, can lead to a mental strain on Izuku that begins with a nosebleed. Over time, as Izuku has used it, bright blue lines gave form the ridges and lines on his hands and lower forearms. Electricity. Izuku can conduct yellow electricity inside of himself that he can release in any direction. If he charges up too much to release, he will short-circuit his bodily functions and be paralyzed momentarily. Usage has caused yellow arcs of electricity to start shooting around in his sclera. Can be used to give Izuku a quick boost of energy. Wings. Izuku has a pair of wings that can be materialized with a flow of energy or vice versa. Wings are green in color, and most feathers have small purple flames that are mostly harmless but give feathers a burnt appearance. Wings have own senses of feeling that Izuku gains instantly. Wingspan is 6 meters. Izuku has lost his wings since having them ripped out in the attack at USJ. Devil's Sight. In Izuku's left eye, there is an infusion of red energy stolen from the Nomu at USJ. Red halo veins cover the left side of his face in a crack-like design, even running through his left eye, leaving residential cracks of energy through his sclera and iris and leaving his pupil blood red. Through using this energy, his left eye can see better in the dark, but everything is in shades of red. A flash of light will be more blinding than usual and will shut off the eye momentarily. Ping. Izuku can release a small amount of energy using his red halo veins and locate any nearby saints or demonic powers. However, when he does this, every person with powers like his in the area can feel his energy as well. Only Izuku can see where the others are with this. Anyone caught under it is just aware of his ping and general area. Transformations. Izuku channels more energy from the halo that activates a new state or transformation. Currently, Izuku has 2 transformations and 1 unknown. Transformation, Saint's Rage. Izuku activates all abilities at once, forcing him and the halo into a state of higher work. Can cause extreme exhaustion in Izuku and requires a long cool down. Physical changes involve purple flames coming from his eyes and his skin taking on a purple hue. Transformation, Saint's Demons, only accessed by extreme stress or anger. Izuku loses all sense of reasoning and control and becomes extremely violent. All of Izuku's abilities are locked off, and he only has access to increased super strength, super speed, and healing ability. Gains long claws for fingers that are extremely sharp. Physical changes include black leathery skin, halo veins all become thicker with only a dark purple fluid, horns that go back across his head, and his eyes become solid black orbs that cause fear in anyone who sees them from all of the malice Izuku gives off in this state. A flat part of the left horn is permanently sticking out of Izuku's skull, believed to be there because of the TED energy. This transformation is extremely dangerous for Izuku to use because he has no control over himself and will attack anything he sees. Transformation. Nothing is known about this transformation yet except that it might be triggered by inverse emotions of his Saint's Demon's transformation. Theorized to be an angelic transformation. Izuku was nervous as an understatement. Today was the day he would tell Momo exactly how he felt about her. How amazing Ahe was and how hot it was that she could make a gun out of thin air. For any Jai in Izuku's bloodline, that was pretty much the hottest thing a girl could ever do. He tried to fix the bow tie again, but Izuku really couldn't do it at all. He sighed before he left the room and wedged to the room 2 rooms away from his, Aoyama's. Knocking on the door, he waited for a minute before he remembered that Aoyama had left the night before.
Adam.
Izuku sighed as he went to the door in between his and Aoyama's room, Shoto's room. Knocking in the door, he only waited a few seconds before the fire and ice user opened the door. "Hello, Midoriya." Shoto greeted him. "What do you need?" "Please tell me you can tie a bow tie," Izuku said as he pointed to the poorly tied cloth around his neck. Shoto blinked, not expecting that.
Ido.
"Give me 1 second," Shoto said as he grabbed the bow tie. He began to tie it correctly. "Do you two know when you'll be back?" "I didn't actually think to ask," Izuku admitted. "Kinda too busy preoccupied with other things." "Like admitting your affection for Yaoyorozu?" Shoto asked. "When did you get involved in emotional stuff?" Izuku asked. "Spending time here kinda makes that happen to all of us," Shoto said. "Plus Ishido was saying something about it last night." "Figures she would." Izuku sighed. "If you're nervous about it, I think you shouldn't be. You both obviously like each other, and nothing negative would come of it." Shoto finished with tying the bow tie. "You know, after this, I should help you get a romantic partner." Izuku made a smirk. Shoto shook his head.
No.
"I only talk in knower than osing to 2 girls in this class as it is, and one of them is Ishido." "Well, who's the other?" Izuku asked, even though he knew it was the frog girl of the class. "Azui," Shoto answered. "Why not ask her on a date?" Izuku figured he could get that ball rolling for Tsuyu, since he did say he would. "I doubt she would want a date with the guy who has father issues he is working through, even if I were at a place of readiness to have a relationship." The white and red-haired boy replied. "That's fair reasoning." The leading saint nodded. "Well, if you want to talk about girls, I would say talk to me, but I apparently don't know what I am doing. I'll talk to Nito or Kirishima. They are the only guys here in relationships." "True." Izuku exhaled. "I'm still nervous as fuck." You beat a thing meant to kill All Might into the ground. You run a group of the possibly most powerful people in our generation. Your monotone voice is good for motivational speaking, surprisingly. Perhaps because what I am saying is factual and the monotone supports that. You're gonna use that a lot, aren't you? If it calms you down like this, then perhaps. Izuku smirked as they both left the room. Can't argue with that. I'm dumb, so as many people as possible being there to use sense, and such is smart. You call yourself dumb, but you built a weapon, and are in the most prestigious school in the country in the top course and have one of the highest scores. I lack common sense then. That is plausible. Ah, thanks. They both entered the commons and only 4 other people were down there. Achiko, Hanta, Eri, and Katsuki. Well, fuck, that's a good suit. Hanta remarked as he saw the purple-clad leader of the class. Trying to do something today? Achiko raised an eyebrow and smiled. Not something someone. Hanta grinned. I don't like what you are insinuating. Izuku said. This suit is for business. Are you really taking your necklace and sunglasses? Katsuki asked. I can tuck the necklace in, and the shades are non-negotiable. Izuku stated. When will you be back? Eri asked. No clue, but it will be tonight. Izuku smiled at the girl for reassurance. Who's in charge while you are gone? Hanta asked. Nito. Izuku didn't hesitate to answer. He is responsible. Saying that like some of us aren't. Hanta replied. I caused a power outage, broke down that door, accidentally got 3 of us faded as all hell, all in the past week. The leading saint replied. That sounds like a fun time. Achiko joked. The power outage was fun. The tape-elbowed teenager nodded. We should do that again.
No.
Katsuki whacked Hanta over the head. We have to stop being stupid. Feel like we kinda just nose-dived into the stupid side of that, and it is unavoidable at this point. You know, it bothers me sometimes that we are kinda stupid, but also probably the strongest of our generation because of the saints. Katsuki stated. That's the thrill of being a saint. The leading saint chuckled. Try to actually get somewhere in your relationship for once. Hey, I don't question your relationship status. Because I don't have one. Let's set Katsuki up with the kitchen. Hanta laughed. Or a anger management class. Achiko giggled. I'll find a pot to throw at you too. The explosive teen replied. Suddenly a sound of something hard hitting the ground by the stairs made everyone look and see Mina, looking like she just threw a chair to get their attention. Hello, the pink girl said with excitement. We spent many hard working hours to make this happen. She pointed up the stairs to show Momo walking down, looking absolutely stunning. Momo's hair had been taken out of her usual spiky ponytail and was cascading down over her left shoulder. She had put on an elegant crimson-red dress that would definitely make people look twice with matching heels, and she had her signature Morning Star pendant hanging around her neck. She had light makeup on that accented her onyx eyes that had a red ring around the irises. Izuku was the first one to say anything. Fucking hell, you're beautiful. It dawned on the teen after he spoke exactly what he said, turning red from embarrassment. Momo had also turned red from his comment. I told you.
Mina klapped gleefully.
She doubted my skills. I only said you were trying to do too much. Nonsense. You two should get going. Shoto decided to save the two from Mina, saying anything more to be, well, Mina. For sure. Izuku nodded, his face now back to its regular color. He patted Eri on the head. We'll be back tonight for sure. Bye, Izu.
Eri waved.
Bye, guys. Momo waved to them as the two began to leave. Izuku opened the door to the commons and motioned for Momo to go first. Ladies first. Why aren't you going? That's rude, ma'am. For one, I am a man. Secondly, I am your bodyguard for the night. Is that a black licorice in your ear? The girl looked at Izuku's ear. No, that's my earpiece as a bodyguard. That's a black licorice. No, it's an earpiece. The piece of black licorice fell out of Izuku's ear at that moment, hitting the ground because Izuku didn't bother to catch it. Okay, it was black licorice. You're an idiot. Momo laughed. Well, I am the idiot who is your bodyguard. What does that say about you? I'm being guarded by an idiot. Wait. Izuku didn't think of that option when he first asked the question. You know I will cry. I am not above it. You cried over a chicken you killed with Nito a few weeks ago. Momo remembered the story Kyoka told her about the chicken Izuku dropped from a rooftop to see if it would fly. William was a great man.
Chicken.
Izuku defended. You killed him. That was gravity. Izuku continued to defend himself as they exited UA's campus. Izuku, you dropped a chicken from a rooftop. The girl gave him a flat look. His name was William. The Saints leader stated. Doesn't change that you dropped William. William got killed by gravity. I will avenge him. How? Momo gave Izuku a dumb look. You can't fight gravity. When you are stupid, you can do anything. The Halo user declared like it was a proverb. Momo ignored that statement to point to the limo her parents sent to transport the two. Soon the two were at Momo's estate, a few groundskeepers tending to the yard. Miss Yaoyorozu. A servant greeted the two kids. Master and Mistress Yaoyorozu are expecting you in the parlor. Thank you. The teen nodded as she made her way through the large estate, Izuku following. Upon getting to the parlor, the two parents of Momo were found talking together by a window overlooking their extravagant garden, the adults turning when they saw the two teens. Both adults were dressed lavishly in black with dark red trimmings. Miss Yaoyorozu having an elegant dress that was black with red circling the ends of her dress and the one sleeve it had over her left arm. Mr. Yaoyorozu having a black tuxedo with a red shirt under his coat. Hello, Momo. The ride was well? Her mother asked, gaining a nod from her daughter. How has my sweet pea been? Mr. Yaoyorozu had a large smile. I have been well. Splendid. How about you, Midoriya, my boy? The man turned to the teen next to his daughter. I got banned from an event at school and then unbanned. Izuku replied. I was the same way in my youth. The man gave a hearty laugh. Did you start a gambling ring at your high school like me? He was curious if he and Izuku had more parallels. No, but now that you dash before Izuku could continue, Momo covered his mouth with her hands.
No gambling.
The girl said flatly. Buzzkill. Izuku grumbled as the girl removed her hands from his face. Same for you, dear. Miss Yaoyorozu suddenly having a darker edge tone of Momo's tone she had just used. Of course. Mr. Yaoyorozu nodded hard. I don't gamble anymore. Wonderful. The matriarch had an instant smile. She turned back to the two teens. Guests will start appearing in an hour. I am glad you are both presentable. Izuku felt that the second part was aimed at just him. It wasn't really as questionable when the woman did say he comes of as a hoodlum last time they saw each other. I would like to have a private talk with my daughter. I can show Midoriya around, Mr. Yaoyorozu said as he patted Izuku's shoulder. Oh cool. Izuku went along with it. See you, Izuku. Momo waved as Izuku was led out by the patriarch Yaoyorozu. Tell me, Midoriya, the man said as he was guiding the boy through the main hall. What was your emotions upon seeing my daughter at USJ? He was actually curious, bro. Hear it from Izuku personally. Right before my transformation? Yes. I just want to hear more about it. I admit your transformation is something of interest. I was thinking. Izuku paused to try to gather every thought he had felt at USJ in the moment he thought Momo was dead. That I failed. That I was useless and too worthless to protect a friend. It made me mad at myself so much that my transformation happened and all of my anger was targeted at Nomu. You are a good kid, Mr. Yaoyorozu stated. I believe that those words your father said are completely off. What? Izuku got confused. How did this guy know about his poor relationship with his own father? Only Nizu, his mom, and the Saints should know about that. Midoriya, the syndicate, is very resourceful. I know your father is Spitfire. The man seemed to grow a sad frown. The stuff me and my wife learned were not good. That man is a good example of someone who deserves a good beating. How dash? Syndicate. The man answered. My wife wanted to out this man for his abusive nature to a mere child, but I asked her to wait till after I had a talk with you. Why? Izuku looked at the man in confusion. I wanted to see if you have that same problem I did. I see it in your eyes, son. You feel that outing him as the abusive person he is isn't what would be the most rewarding thing you could do. You want to desperately prove that he was wrong, that you aren't worthless. You want to win his approval deep down despite what he has done should make his opinion not matter anymore. I was like that with my parents. The man stated. Izuku was listening intently because he knew everything the man was saying was true. Part of him felt a need to get his father's approval despite how much the rest of him feared his father or hated the man to his core. Wait, your parents? The teen asked. I wasn't born in this life of luxury like my beautiful wife. I was born to poor parents who didn't want a child and never bothered to be parents. They didn't care for anything I did at all. I wanted just one thing I did to make them say that they were proud of me, but nothing came of it. They were not good people, and it took me years to understand that constantly wanting their approval was unhealthy. After that, I decided to find something that actually matters to fill that find of self-worth. What helps? The teen was curious. Well, I met this charming woman who scared the bejesus out of me. The man laughed. She saw what she wanted in life and took it. She decided she wanted me. That was the only point of approval that mattered to me after that, and I can say that Kurenai is the best thing that has ever happened to me. Miss Yaoyorozu? Yep. She was that help for me. He tapped his fingers on Izuku's shoulder. Forget about your father's approval, Midoriya. He is honestly scum in my opinion. If you need approval, I suggest look to those that already give it. Seeking approval where it isn't will only make you hurt yourself. The man spoke from experience. Did your parents ever apologize?
No.
I haven't talked to them in years. I don't even know for sure if they can even remember the fact that they had a son. But aren't you Yaoyorozu, the CEO of the syndicate? I am originally named Jin Shiraishi. I took Kurenai's last name because it is a better name than mine. That one only has pain with it. I don't know if I can just forget that. Izuku admitted. It was tough. It took me until my 20s to truly realize and get past my family issues. Don't try to rush yourself believing that because you can think you are over it that you truly are. It takes time. I do suggest, however, that you should expose your father for what he did. I doubt it was just him that has that mindset, and this could be a way to get attention on others that think like that. It could help others who get out in situations like you were. Izuku nodded. I will think about it. You'll do the right thing. The man gained a more cheerful mood and patted Izuku's shoulder again. I can tell you have a good heart. I kind of have a demonic transformation, the Halo user pointed out. Yes, but you used that to avenge my cupcake, That's some good actions right there. Remember to just make sure that they are who they appear to be. A woman said to the girl in front of her, a teen with bluish lavender hair and eyes. I understand. We will not engage at all yet. Do not let slip your purpose nor your true identity. Make sure that it is true that he is in fact the type of saint that is the enemy. A little bit later, Izuku and Momo were at a table talking while Momo's parents both went about mingling with the arrivals to the event. So what did my father say? Momo was curious, especially since Izuku looked a little hard-pressed. We just talked about life. Really? Momo asked. I figured he was asking about your father. She wasn't sure if it could be mentioned yet around Izuku. Did your mom ask you about it? Izuku wouldn't be surprised if Miss Yaoyorozu did ask Momo about it. After a bit she did. Momo admitted. She asked about my health since returning to UA, and then you. She said it took a lot of willpower and father to not just go after your father. Her mother really had an intense hate for Izuku's father after she found out what happened between Izuku and him years ago. It also made the woman gain a newer image of Izuku. Your dad did say that. Mother doesn't get that mad over many things. She still believes that she should just use every resource of the syndicate to go after him. I kinda want to see that. Izuku stated. However, I think I want to just drop it. I don't want to act like it never happened, but I want to just stop letting it affect me. Let's practice that here. Momo offered. Ah yes. Extravagant party and rich people. Izuku looked around the large room that had been filling with more people who had dealings with the syndicate. Perfect place to forget my troubles by hustling some money from suckers. The creation user flicked his cheek.
No.
Not here, Izuku. You really take the fun out of hustling. Izuku, this is a major event for my parents. Can't really have you here being, will you? I take offense. Izuku, you know what I mean. Offense. Izuku. Offense. I'll flick you. And I'll cry. I'm not above it. You'll because I'm too strong for you to handle. Hey, I survived having my finger ripped off. You don't even remember that. Says who? You literally said you don't remember anything from your first transformation into that state. I need evidence. Your word is the evidence. Your face is the evidence. Your face is evidence of your dumbness. Rude. Izuku very lightly smacked Momo's head. You started it. Well, you were rude. You are a bad bodyguard. How dare you insult my bodyguarding? Izuku poked her arm. You just smacked me. Momo responded as she poked his arm back. That didn't hurt. Yeah, because you were weak? Ma'am, I'll have you know, I once lifted a sheet of paper. I work out hard. I don't think a piece of paper counts as working out. You haven't seen the piece of paper yet. Momo actually snorted from laughter at that point. You're a dork.
No imacol bodyguard.
You're a dork. I will cry under this harassment. Bodyguards don't cry. Never said I was a good bodyguard. Izuku, you have implied it multiple times. I never said it explicitly. I'm getting a new bodyguard. Momo gave Izuku a playful look. You can't replace me. Watch me. I'm Union. Not getting rid of me that easily. Well, dang. Momo had a grin. A teen approached the two. It was a girl their age with bluish lavender hair and similar colored eyes. She had on a pale blue dress and a dark lavender scarf. Hello, I am Psycho Intelli. Momo nodded. Hello. I heard our parents might be doing business soon. The girl nodded in response. They are discussing the details right now. What's the business? Izuku asked. Psycho seemed like it irritated her that Izuku didn't just automatically know her family business from her name. However, she didn't let it get to her too much. Intelworks. A research organization. Oh, I think you guys actually had some of the tech that was used on me. Izuku remembered seeing that name when David Shield was researching Izuku. Oh, that surprised Psycho. Was there research on you? For what? My quirk acted weird. The Halo user explained. They tried to find out what happened. Psycho nodded. Glad to be of assistance. Yeah, thanks for making sure I didn't die. Another teen showed up, a girl with long gray hair and white eyes. She had a simple white dress and wasn't even casting a glance at Izuku and Momo, only looking at Psycho. Your mother would like a word, Miss Intelli. Psycho nodded. Of course. She looked at Izuku and Momo. It was a pleasure to meet you. She had a lingering look on Izuku before she left, something that irked Momo. The other girl left with Psycho. She seems okay. Izuku stated. I don't like her. Momo replied. Why? She seemed okay. I don't know. Something just feels off about her. Momo knew part of it was her being territorial about Izuku, but something definitely felt off about that Psycho. She could be vegan. Izuku joked, making Momo laugh. Hello. Another person their age introduced himself. A pale blue-skinned teen that had visible gills and shark-like features, as well as dark blue hair and eyes. His suit was dark and had a blue bow tie. I am Kisame Kanomi. He held out his hand to Momo. Hello. Momo Yaoyorozu. The creation user introduced herself, not liking the look that Kisame had. Would you care to dance? He asked, motioning to the large area where music was playing from a small orchestra. Momo looked at Izuku. Does my bodyguard have a problem with this? Izuku looked at Kisame. Yeah. Blue is no good. Izuku, your hands have blue lines on them. The creation user pointed out the blue effects of his moldability. A simple no was fine. Kisame seemed annoyed and left. He really can't take an L. I didn't like that look he gave me. Well, as your bodyguard, I'll make sure no guy looks at you like that. Thank you. Momo was really glad Izuku was there. I think I owe you a dance for that. Didn't you have to be here to do stuff? Izuku asked, feeling embarrassed about his still lackluster dance ability. Mother and father will most likely start taking me around with the higher investors and staff of She Syndicate later. They want me to be as ready as possible when I take over the syndicate. You got some serious power in life. The leading saint commented, heir to the syndicate and one of the right hands of the leader of the saints. Well, obviously, one of us has to actually be somewhere in life. Momo joked. Hello, darling. Momo's mother was there. It's time. We would like to introduce you to some of the board. I'll be back, Izuku. Momo have him a reassuring smile and got up to follow her mother. When I come back, you owe me a dance. Since when did I owe you a dance? Mountain Zone at USJ. I win the bet, so I cash it in as a dance. Momo had a playful smile. I want to see if the powerful saint can dance as well as he runs his mouth. You might be surprised. I hope to be. Momo's smile got bigger as she left. Izuku was left alone now, and the words Momo said got in his head. One of us has to actually be somewhere in life. What was Izuku doing compared to Momo? He was leading a group of teens that he honestly felt he might be a bit in over his head doing. Momo was the heir to one of the most powerful corporations in the world and so sure of herself. It made his insecurities begin to surface more. What was he even doing here? He was an impulsive, troublemaking teen at a rich people event. What was Momo even doing around him? She was sophisticated and elegant, from a powerful family with a powerful quirk. He was a quirkless guy who came from one abusive parent, and he spent half of his time doing insignificant jokes just to amuse himself. For fuck's sake, he threw a chicken off of a building at one point. What was he doing somewhere like this? He didn't belong here at all. Izuku stood up and almost considered just up and leaving altogether, but decided against it in favor of just stepping out to the large patio overlooking the garden to just take a breath. It was beginning to get darker outside, and the section of the balcony he took to was bare of people besides him. He leaned in the balcony and forced all of the thoughts from his head. Why was he letting himself get in his own head like that? He couldn't just boil himself down to some punk kid who likes trouble. He was Izuku Midoriya, the guy who went to hell and back in a day. He broke a 30-year record at one of the hardest hero schools to ever get into, and by a large-ass gap. He literally destroyed a being created to kill the strongest hero in the world. How could he just forget that and shoot himself down so bad? He is a saint. Saints don't wallow in the mud. Hello, Midoriya. The voice of Psycho got his attention, and he turned to the girl. Hello, Intelli. Izuku replied. May I ask what research was done on you? I wasn't aware of research being done on someone my age. Oh, it was just my quirk. The thing decided to act weird after this one event at school. Everything is all good now. What acted odd? My quirk is energy-based. The energy decided to not flow right and such. He was beginning to wonder why this girl was so curious about his quirk. Sure, he got researched by a lab that had some equipment from her family company, but still, especially with that studying look she had. My quirk is energy-based too. However, it doesn't make me have such fascinating glowing lines on me. Psycho meant the halo veins Izuku had. What does your quirk do? Psycho ignored this question by giving another question. That is an intriguing necklace you have. Does it have a meaning? Izuku hadn't been realized his necklace was on the outside of his jacket until that point. He must have pulled it out while he was panicking. Oh, this? It's just a gift from my grandpa. He says it is the sign of loyalty and strength. In Johnny's words, it was actually loyalty and badassery, but same thing. Are you that guy from UA? The one from that attack last week? Was that why she was so curious about him? She recognized him from the news? I am from UA, but I wasn't the only one there. The one who had to be taken by a hazmat team. Psycho responded. Oh yeah, that was me. That's when my quirk acted up. It was shocking to see that villains had attacked in such a manner. Yeah, but my class was tough. They all stood their ground and showed the villains what's what. You have respect for your classmates. Well, yeah, those guys got strength. I would say you do too if you can be walking around at an event like this just a week after the state you were in. Saints are built different. Izuku shrugged. Psycho had a grin she had managed to hide, so it was unnoticed by Izuku. She got to what she was there for. Saints? Not the religious type. It's a group my family has a lot to do with. I have never heard of them. Yeah, the Saints kind of went down for a bit, but I'm getting them going again. What does the group do? As I have it now, I guess we are just a group of heroes. You already have members? Yeah, 20 of us. That's a good number. It has quantity and quality. Another voice got their attention. There you are, Psycho. Izuku turned to see a middle-aged woman with dirty blonde hair and a ponytail, two bangs framing her face. She had a gray business suit and skirt, a pair of black oval-like glasses over her sea-green eyes. Hello, mother. Psycho stated, letting Izuku know this is her mother. Who is this young man? The woman asked while she sent an unnoticed split-second glance at Izuku's necklace, a symbol of a group she did not like at all. Hello, I am Izuku Midoriya. Oh, the son of Hisashi? The woman said, noticing the slight look of anger that Izuku got. She made note of that. She was fully aware of who Izuku was, the abandoned son of Spitfire, as well as the descendant of the sociopath Johnny Gat. He is not my dad. Izuku replied. That man might be his father, but there was no way he deserved to be his dad. Just a coincidence? I apologize. The woman said, I am Miss Intelli. She made sure to not use her real name in case this boy knew the history of his group. While in the end of the timeline before the reverse, she might not have been an enemy of the Saints she was now, especially with her husband back, who was currently working on their project on the other side of the planet. Izuku found it odd that the woman didn't use her first name, but went with it. Hello, Midoriya. Momo's father showed up at that point. We'll take our leave of you. The older Intelli said as the two left. Hello, Mr. Yairozu. Izuku said to the man. Ba call me Jean. The man waved off the first title. Feels weird though. Whatever works for you, Midoriya. The man shrugged. Some of our board is actually interested in seeing the boy from USJ who managed to scare the criminals into submission. How do they know it was me? The Halo user asked. Well, I might have bragged about Momo here after she was safe from USJ. Then I bragged about her classmates. Jean explained. Especially a teen whose presence scared grown men. Nice. Izuku grinned. I have a reputation. Let's go. The man began to walk back inside, the teen following. Izuku actually began to enjoy the party after a bit. Some of the board members from the syndicate were very interested in what happened at USJ. Izuku told them about everything, except the stuff he couldn't really say like the Halo. They liked his telling of his ability to just chat with other kids while in a bad situation, all three kids having no difficulty with the mountain at USJ. They all were definitely amazed by his count of the Nomu and how all of the students worked well to take it down as best they could. He had to rely on Jean for a bit about what happened during his Saints Demons transformation because he didn't have the proper details. The adults all thought Izuku always a definite hero in the making to look out for, and some even offered sponsorships or asked for him to turn to them for his gear needs. It was a nice moment for Izuku. It's showing that he could fit in with people of a higher social status, a growing worry he had around Momo. He was beginning to think he had nothing to worry about. Midoriya, my boy, that was a fantastic telling. A man named Rusev Petro, a Russian man of elderly age, said. Truly remarkable stuff for a young man like yourself to accomplish. Indeed. It reminds me of my days in Spain. Another man, Izuku believed his name was Ruiz, said. Granted, I was a few years older when I had my first moments as a hero. By the time you reach where I was, I believe you will already be a high-standing lad in the charts. I kind of stopped caring about the charts. Izuku admitted. Like, I want to be a hero, but to me my goal is to be the best leader of my group as I can be. Being the #1 hero of my generation, if I do go for it, will be a side mission. Jean nodded. No doubt you will do both, my boy. You are a capable young man. Speaking of the charts, have you guys heard of what happened in Moscow just yesterday with the #2 hero there? Terraform? Rusev looked to his fellow board members. He was actually loosely related to Terraform because Big his wife. Horrible stuff. An American board member shook his head. I feel for his family. They say the monster is somewhere in Moscow still. So many search parties are there locking the city down. Rusev said. Did they dash? Gentlemen, I must excuse Midoriya from us if we are going to discuss such matters. Jean said as he looked to Izuku. Okay. Izuku nodded and walked away, wondering what was bad happening in Moscow. Izuku actually didn't know what to do now. Momo was nowhere to be seen, as was her mother. Jean was talking about something serious in Moscow that he couldn't participate in. That actually was everyone he would want to talk to at the event. He decided to just find his way back to his seat and just chill. On the way to his seat, however, he passed by a group of people his age who got his attention. Hey, nice shades, man. A guy said. The guy had spiky pink hair, and his eyes were also just pink. No white scara or anything. His eyes were just pure bright pink orbs. Why, thank you. Izuku stopped walking to say that. You're from the news. Another teen said. This guy looked kind of plain. He had short brown hair and brown eyes. Only thing that was not plain looking about him were his enlarged upper canines that weren't contained by his mouth being closed. Yue, right? Yep. Izuku nodded. Surprised you were up this soon after that. The pink-haired guy said. Shiketsu would definitely not have let us just up and get ourselves into trouble like you did earlier this week. The guy must have been one of the people to put 2 and 2 together and realize, but was Izuku in that event when Izuku rescued Eri? That was coincidental. Izuku stated. Does Yue just let that happen? Nah, I got yelled at pretty good. Izuku admitted. Hey, so what is the deal with that girl? Izuku saw that it was that shark-like Teen Kisame. He must have been talking about Momo. What do you mean, what is the deal with her? Izuku felt like he was going to get mad in a second. Like, are you two a thing? Or is she good to go? Because she can get it? Yeah, Izuku was going to get mad. I doubt she would want it from you. She looks like she'd want it from any dash. Kisame didn't get to finish that sentence when Izuku slammed a left hook right into the shark-like teen's nose, actually breaking it and sending the teen toppling over a table behind him. No one was seated at the table luckily when Kisame hit the table, and it fell to its side under the sudden impact. The action got everyone in the large ballroom looking in that direction to see Izuku angrily looking at Kisame and the other teens taking a step back, noticing a black fluid in Izuku's veins. Midoriya. Jean was the first to react. He quickly left his group to make sure Izuku wouldn't attack the other teen anymore. Izuku realized he just attacked a kid of one of the people that the hosts are supposed to be doing business with. That most definitely might have thrown a wrench into things for that particular business deal.
Sorry.
Izuku said to Jean as he left, going back outside. Naito-man. Minoru came down the stairs holding Izuku's Ouija board. I know we shouldn't touch this thing, but it's going insane. I could hear it through the ceiling. It's doing what? Nito looked up from Kyoka's music sheets. Is that a board game? Eri has never seen the board before. It's a Ouija board, Kyoka said. A rude one. What is it saying? The one for all user asked, and Minoru set it on the table. It keeps asking for the boss. Minoru said. And calling me rude names. Nito looked at the board. What do you need? The board staring to move on its own. Where is the halo bearer? Not here. Nito replied. Is this important, or do you just want to insult him again? Emergency. What emergency? Nito got confused. The halo only said a few more words before it stopped moving completely. Beware the demon. Izuku muttered some curses as he sat on the edge, one of the small fountains in the garden. He can't believe he just up and punched that dick, causing a scene. Did he really have to resort to getting that pissed that fucking quick? The thoughts from before about his lack of belief of himself belonging there began to resurface. Izuku? Momo said as she walked around one of the corners of the hedge maze. She knew he was out there and wanted to make sure he was okay. She had seen the black liquid and knew something that Shark Teen said must have pissed Izuku off. Izuku, are you okay? I didn't get punched. Izuku was looking at the ground, all of his negative thoughts swimming around his head. They finally spilled out at that moment. Why do you even like me? The question caught Momo off guard. What? Why do you even like me? Izuku's voice had raised. I'm not worth it. Izuku, why would you think that? I just punched a guy. Izuku had stood up and faced Momo. He said literally one comment about you, and I had so little self-control that I punched him into a table. He was a jerk. Momo didn't even know what it was the Shark Teen said. You're not worthless. How do I even fit in here? Everyone here is a wealthy person or someone who matters, and I am just a kid whose father left him to die in an alley. Izuku was beginning to tear up. Why do you like me? You're literally a modern-day princess, and I'm alley trash. Momo didn't say anything for a second. This hit her out of nowhere. She never expected Izuku to just implode from his problems. She knew he had them, but he always was so carefree. She didn't expect him to have such a low picture of himself deep down. Izuku, you're not alley trash. What else do you call a kid who was left to die in an alley? Izuku argued.
Alleitra.
Momo wasn't proud exactly of her reaction to his words and her idea of getting him to stop by slapping him across the face. Izuku did stop talking, however, because it surprised the hell out of him that she slapped him. Izuku Midoriya. Momo had a stern tone as she kept her crimson and onyx eyes on Izuku's own emerald and crimson eyes. You are not alley trash. You are the most talented guy I have ever met, and you are worth way too much as a person to even compare yourself to anything from an alley. I have never met someone who is smart enough to build their own weapon at the age of 15 that outshines modern-day technology and still be childish enough to make a masturbation joke while fighting a supervillain. You can't keep measuring yourself by what happened between you and your father. You were just a kid, and he clearly doesn't know shit from shine if he thought for a second that you had no potential whatsoever. Stop holding yourself by his standards and hold yourself by your own standards. Or any one of the people who joined a group that has a backstory that sounds too bizarre to be true, because they all clearly see that potential that you have. You are a great person, who is probably the greatest hero of our generation. By the point that Izuku was crying still but happily. All of Izuku's self-hatred and insecurities in that moment just washed away, and he hugged Momo tightly. Why are you so great? I love you, stupid. Momo did something she had been wanting to do for a while, and kissed Izuku on the lips. The action caught Izuku off guard, but not even a second later he returned it. In that moment Izuku was the happiest he had ever been in his life, and gold liquid filled his halo veins completely, before his body gave off a golden light.